6:33, the public hearing, ground rules. Roll call, please.
I think they don't. We do
What's
roll
that?
call. Yeah, we do roll call.
Yes.
Yep.
Counselor Mangini?
Here.
Counselor Pisner?
Here.
Counselor Santinella?
Here.
Counselor Ungary?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
Here.
Mayor Crisati?
Here.
Counselor Despard?
Here.
Counselor Finger?
Here.
Counselor Hopkins?
Here.
Counselor Ludwig?
Here.
10 members present.
The following notice of public hearing was published in the Hartford Courant on Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. Town of Enfield, legal notice. The Enfield Town Council will hold a public hearing in the Enfield Town Council Chambers, 820 Enfield Street, Enfield, Connecticut, on Monday, August 29th, 2022, at 6:30 p.m. to allow interested residents an opportunity to express their opinions regarding the proposed changes to the Town Council voting districts. More information regarding the proposed changes can be viewed at www.enfieldconnecticut.gov. Dated this 15th day of August 2022, Sheila M. Bailey, Town Clerk. I will announce the ground rules for the public hearing. There is no time limit, but I ask that each person not take up too much time so that everyone will have the opportunity to speak. After each person who desires has had one chance to speak, I shall permit those individuals who desire a second chance. After those individuals who desire to speak a second time, I shall permit those individuals who desire a third, fourth time, etc. Please refrain from personalities. Is there anybody that would like to come and speak in regard to the voting districts? Going once?
No, no.
It's a public hearing, so no.
Make a motion to close public hearing on the voting districts.
Public hearings.
Second.
Second, Counselor Pisner. Okay. This public hearing is now closed. Thank you. To wait till 6:45.
Yes,
Yes,
we do
okay.
have to wait for 6:45. We do have the videos queued that were produced to support it that we could always run ahead of time, or we could also queue up the updated PowerPoint presentation that we have ahead of the actual start of the public hearing, if that's your so desire.
We'll wait. Okay, we'll wait for 6:45. Thank you. 6:45. Welcome to the public hearing. This public hearing will deal with the Public Safety Complex addition. Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini?
Here.
Counselor Pisner?
Here.
Counselor Santinella?
Here.
Counselor Ungar?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
Here.
Mayor Crisati?
Here.
Counselor Despard?
Here.
Counselor Finger?
Here.
Counselor Hopkins?
Here.
Counselor Ludwig?
Here.
10 members present.
The following notice of public hearing was published in the Hartford Courant on Tuesday, August 16, 2022. Town of Enfield legal notice. The Enfield Town Council will hold a public hearing in the Enfield Town Hall Council Chambers, 820 Enfield Street, Enfield, Connecticut, on Monday, August 29, 2022, at 6:45 p.m. to allow interested residents the opportunity to express their opinions regarding the proposed Public Safety Complex addition. More information regarding the proposed addition can be viewed at www.enfieldconnecticut.gov. Dated this 15th day of August 2022, Sheila M. Bailey, Town Clerk. Announcing of the ground rules for the public hearing. There is no time limit, but I ask that each person not to take up too much time so that everyone will have the opportunity to speak. After each person who desires has had one chance to speak, I shall permit those individuals who desire a second chance. After those individuals who desire to speak a second time, I shall permit those individuals who desire a third, fourth, etc. time. Please refrain from personalities and welcome. Do we have a list? No?
No. no
Okay,
list.
all right. Anybody like to approach? Yes. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. George Young, 8 Holly Lane, Enfield, Connecticut. First, let me say I voted against the November 2021 referendum for this regional public safety complex for $12.8 million, and I will do so again. I believe you should forego that referendum this year. I watched the latest videos of the attempt to get us to approve this referendum if it goes on the ballot in November 2022. Many and most of the concerns the chief and other officers who spoke are valid, and I am in support of their needs as they do a great job in Enfield. Last November, we approved the roof referendum for $13.7 million, which included $310,100 to repair a 28-year-old roof at the public safety complex, which would take care of the big needs of roof leaks and wet areas at the complex. This should have been started by now, but I think the Joint Facilities Committee is waiting to see what happens when this referendum proposal goes through or not go through. What prevents me from voting for this referendum is the regional aspect of this proposal. Why not let another town, such as Windsor Locks, apply for this, as they have a much lower mill rate than we do? We do not need any additional traffic on Elm Street or Moody Road than we are already gearing up for. I have not seen what the impact this would be on our mill rate going forward. But even if the state is reimbursing us $12 million, there will still be an impact, and we are right now at or near the maximum allowed by the state. Just ask Fire District 2, who could not get the mill rate they wanted this year for the motor vehicle tax because they would have been over the cap set by the state for the town and fire district. As an alternative, many of the needs, such as adequate locker rooms, enhanced training, could probably be done through special project funding that the town always seems to have monies for. With the new valuations, I'm sure the town can do several needed projects for around $700,000 or less without having to go to the referendum. Let's not forget, we already approved the roof monies. There is probably additional monies from the state of Connecticut which may come this year, which should be considered and probably would allow some of these projects to be qualified for. I think we are premature to put this in the referendum this year. One last question that I would have. If we were to build a new facility where the town acquired the additional 7 acres, How much, if any, would the state get reimbursed? Would the state reimburse the town? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ed? Ed will be next.
Jack Sheridan, just in case you didn't recognize me, 7 Buchanan Road, Enfield. I'd echo a lot of what he said. I believe the timing is off because the budgets are off. The state is having trouble meeting their commitments. I mean, they had to raise the state taxes. There's no free money. And I think people are having trouble putting food and gas on the table. And I really think this is something that should be put off for another time when the economy is better. It's, and like I say, just repair the roof. We've already approved that. I don't get the fact that a lot of times when it's put to the public and they vote it down, you always seem to come back and ask for the same thing again. It's like, oh, we didn't explain it well enough. Nonsense. Everybody understood. That's why they voted it down. You can't afford it. I think it's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed?
Place looks pretty new here. I came out of retirement for this. I haven't been here ever since I left. I'm here to speak for it. I think it's a great idea. I hate to turn down free money.
Name and address.
Excuse me. Oh, my address, 19 Aloha Drive, Enfield, Connecticut. And I'm Ed Denny, by the way, in case you didn't know. Free money. You're only talking about the police station. Has anybody ever looked at that bandbox that used to be a fire station that was abandoned, that EMS is in? Anyone who has been around, why don't you go knock on the police station's door, ask for a tour, see what really happens there, see that the roof is leaked. The air conditioner hasn't worked in that building since it was constructed, right? The abandoned building, you ought to go to the EMS building and take a look at where they eat, sleep, train is all in one room. It's about as big as this table I'm sitting at. I think it's a great idea. I think we ought to take the money, $2.2 million. Last year you turned it down. The people, splash sparks were more important than public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Walt?
He just left, and I was going to agree with him. I almost had a heart attack back there. I was going to agree with him. Walter Cruzel, 21 Charney Road. As I said, coming up, I agree with Mr. Denny. I do believe this is something that the town needs. It's going to improve our police department, which is a vital service to this town. They do an excellent job. I support them 110%, and no, I don't want to get out of a speeding ticket or anything. But they do need this. Like he said, EMS's facility is way out of date. I mean, the fire department left that building. I wonder why. So we got EMS in there now. It's just not efficient. They can't keep the ambulances inside, and it's a win-win for Enfield. And the regionalization does help because it brings in other towns. And one of these days, not today or tomorrow, the regionalization is going to be forced down our throat. And I think we're just getting ahead of the game and doing it on our dime, on our time schedule. And it's just, like I said, a win-win. And sorry it didn't pass last year, but we had 4 referendums last year, so 2 of them didn't make it, but I believe this year it should pass, and it's very important to the town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Michael Hellichu, 31 Elm Meadows. Enfield's public servants, the police and emergency services personnel who put their lives on the line every day, deserve a facility that is commensurate with their staffing levels, training needs, storage requirements, future growth expectations, and their personal safety. The current police station is clearly obsolete. I understand, or I don't completely understand, how much taxpayers will be burdened with paying for part of the new public safety complex, but even if we were, I'd be willing, more than willing, to pay extra tax dollars to bring our police and EMTs up to speed with the 2020s. I strongly support the plans for the new emergency services complex in Enfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello. Ray Munier, 10 Dartmouth Street, and most recently 291 Elm Street. So I'm not for or against it at this point. This is a selfish reason. I just bought the house right outside the police department, and I just want some assurances I won't be taken by eminent domain. That's my only gig. I've been verbally told that, but I want some kind of assurance that's not going to happen. But it's definitely needed. For a long time, and it would be a good idea, but just don't take my house. Thanks. Good to see you, Nick.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Tom Foy, 293 Elm Street. I can tell you that I've been around long enough to need glasses to see what I'm about to say. I hear better in one ear than the other, and I recognize a lot of faces from previous times I sat on the council. I can tell you I came from the police department downstairs as an auxiliary volunteer, and I'm still working at the current department. So all the things you see on the video, which I had planned on commenting on, I can tell you are accurate and true. Our ladies do deserve a better locker room. We need more women in law enforcement, not less. Our training facilities, when you have training and you provide parking for it, it's almost an embarrassment. Why should we be the ones to bring them in? Because we have probably had the best police department in Northern Connecticut for the betterment of my career. If you want anyone to lead the regional programs and training, Chief Fox is the guy you want to back on that. I realize the state has already collected some of this money. Let's bring it back to Enfield, Connecticut, where we live and breathe, and use it so that we benefit as a law enforcement and a community. Everything we have problems with the roof, that's correct. We have problems in the DB. I was in the DB 20 years ago. We were at the seams then. We had less people than they have today. I know there's a cost factor here. I have property in town. I think I have 7 cars in my driveway, and you send me a bill on every one of them. I get that. But we're like 15 yards shy of the goal here. We might as well go all the way and get the benefits. I can tell you I appreciate the fact you let me speak. I rarely come out political because of my position, but you guys have backed the right department for as long as I've been here. You backed an outstanding chief, in my opinion. He's got a good administration. If you want anyone to teach Enfield and train others around us, now's the time to grab that opportunity, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next.
Paul Dubiel, 293 Elm Street. I've been a police officer in this town for 26 years. I moved into this building at 293 Elm Street 26 years ago. It was outdated then, and we just moved in. Enfield is a go-to town for training. This regionalizational program, we're going to have more people come in. This is needed. The money that we're being allocated now, seems to me that we either pay now or we pay later. Statewide training, what's required of police officers, EMS, and everything else has changed throughout the years. In my 26 years, the pendulum has swung. It's swung left, it's swung right, and it's back, and it's forth. The state is requiring us to do more. You are getting better police officers. You're getting a wider variety of police officers, and we're basically asking for funds to keep that. More women in law enforcement. Our women's locker room is small. They are taking pieces of our locker room out to accommodate them. I appreciate the time. I appreciate everything else. Enfield is a wonderful place to work. I'm also a member of the Metro Services team, and we coordinate with other police departments. Other police departments require and request Enfield for their training, radar, laser. There's all kinds of different things that Enfield will benefit. I stressed earlier, we're going to pay for it eventually. Now would be the time to do it, because eventually we're going to be footing more of a bill. Thank you for your time. I try to be brief and I try to be to the point.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, good evening. Pam Townsend, 54 Kimberly Drive. As we all know, there is an approved $50 million bonding package. The money is set aside by the state for towns to do specific projects. Of the $50 million, Enfield would get from the state $12.8 million to build a regional public safety complex. But we have to pass the referendum. If we do not approve it, the money will still be spent in another town. Why would we want the money to go elsewhere? Why not spend it right here? The Regional Public Safety Project is expected to cost $15 million. Enfield would have to pay $2.3 million. It is not expected to impact our taxes too much, if at all. The longer we delay, the higher the cost. Because it will be a regional complex, other towns will come here and pay to use it. Therefore, Enfield is making money. If Enfield residents have not seen the video on the proposed public safety complex, please take the time. It will give you a better idea as to why this is needed. And as a gentleman said earlier, our EPD and EMS deserve better. It was pathetic to see what EMS is dealing with and EPD. I couldn't believe it. The EMS building has no dedicated locker or changing area for the personnel. They have to change behind the ambulance in the garage stall or use a bathroom. That's pretty pathetic. Can you imagine coming back from a job, from a call, and having bloody clothing, uniform, and have to change in the garage? I just can't imagine. There are 7 acres of land behind the police station just waiting for Enfield to build this complex, so why not do it? And finally, I think it's important to note that this bonding package was co-sponsored by our representatives, Tom Arnone and Carol Hall. We, as Enfield, we voted them in to represent us in Hartford. They both believe this is good for Enfield, and so do I. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Evening. John Morissette, Enfield EMS, 480 Hazard Ave. I am proudly employed by the town of Enfield and Enfield EMS. I've worked here since 2010. This is the reality of where we are. Simply put, we've outgrown the space that we're in. This building was built for a volunteer fire department that outgrew the building, built a new one, and moved into it on Phoenix Ave. After that, the town decided to create Enfield EMS, a dedicated, for the people of Enfield ambulance service. We originally ran out of a closet in the police department, quickly outgrew that. We then moved into our current building, the former fire department. At that time, we had about 15 employees, and even back then, it was too small. Today, we have about 40 full and part-time employees. These are a lot of people in a small building at shift change. We can't effectively hold training sessions because there's not enough space. This means that we need to hold them multiple times just to try to cover our staff, and this isn't efficient. Even when we do hold small trainings, there isn't space for it. Our training area is our documentation area, is our dining area. It's the space where we try to come in, sit down, and breathe for just a minute in between the hectic and unpredictable job that we do. We currently have 10 vehicles. That's 7 ambulances and 3 fly cars. That may seem like a lot, but the scary reality is that call volume has and will continue to rise. With the increasing development in town, the assisted living center on Hazard Ave, the warehouse on Moody and North and Maple, the train station in Thompsonville, we are likely going to need more. We already cannot protect the assets that we have. On any given day, there is over $1 million of vehicles sitting outside in the snow, in the rain, in the freezing temperatures, and in the 100-degree heat. I know there's a lot of different opinions about where we could be placed. I've heard that there's space in the annex. We already have storage space in the annex. And we can't just simply move in there. To actually run our department out of the building would require significant overhaul and updates to that building. These will have a significant price tag to them as well. I've heard things like we can just park them in the fire departments. We have significant regulatory requirements that we must comply with. This is a hurdle back when they started to create Enfield EMS 20 years ago, and those things haven't changed. The state of Connecticut is offering to put up $12.8 million for this project and are asking that we contribute $12.3 million to support ourselves. We have 40 of the best dedicated men and women who work for us. There were many before me, and there will be many more to come. We work for this town every single day of the year. We have to leave our families on holidays and birthdays to come and work here for this town. We constantly deal with the physical, mental, and emotional stress that comes with this job. We never stop for the weather. We're not asking for some amazing palace or some huge building. We just want an appropriate facility that allows us to safely and effectively serve the residents of the town of Enfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come in front?
Good evening. Eric Rand, 293 Elm Street. I've been a police officer here for a little over 15 years now, about 15 and a half. Been a town resident for over 10 years. Also the police union president for the past 6 years. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you. I'm a big supporter of this public safety complex idea. One, it's not just about repairs to our building. We've outgrown it ever since I've been there 15 years ago, well before since I've been there. The facilities are inadequate for us to do proper training. We hold training classes. We're the largest police department in northern Connecticut, north of Hartford. We hold a lot of training. When we go in there, we have to take chairs from other parts of the police department, stuff people in. There's only 2 restrooms for 20, 30, 40 people at a time. There's lines out there. The firearms facility that we have, we make do with it, but again, there's no facilities down there. So we have a couple-hour trainings in the police department. We go travel down to the range, do our range qualifications, but there's no facilities down there. There's no restrooms down there. So for our female officers, they have to find someplace, either have to go to a local fire department, drive back to the police department, which cuts down on training time. We also have to think about EMS. EMS's building is deplorable at best, right? I've been in there plenty of times and what they have to deal with. If we do this, not only do they get a brand new facility, but it's also centrally located, so it's going to cut down their response times as well. I think what we need to do as a community is come together, regionalize, put everybody in the same building, state-of-the-art, that's representative of the level of quality and service that we provide our community, and something that we can be proud of as a town. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to? Yep.
My name is Kathleen Smoller. I live at 483 Hazard Avenue. Hi, Matt. I just have a question. I mean, all of this looks good, and I agree. However, where is the mill rate going? Because I'm looking at it as a retiree on a fixed income. I want to know, how is it going to hit my pocketbook? EMS definitely need it. We need a lot. But I have worked in healthcare before, and I know where things go. So my question is, exactly what are you looking at for the mill rate? are we actually going to get the money from the state? Let's face it. They can promise you anything and you get nothing. So, having lived in this city for 40 years, or town, I would just like to know where we're going with it, how much is it going to cost us, and exactly how is it going to be beneficial. A lot of the stuff they're saying, I agree, they need a better place, but does it need to be that big, and where are we going as far as how expansion is going to be? Because every time you turn around, we're getting hit with another referendum for more money. And every time I get my bill, it's up higher. So I'm looking at it from a very personal point of view. I may need the EMS. I know that. However, in the meantime, I'm also going to need the money to pay for everything. And the gentleman says about all our, the groceries going up, the gas going up and so forth. It's affecting you also. But let's face it, you got a paycheck coming in. So therefore, you're not thinking about, I can take care of this. You budget your money, you do it. And it was very nice when I worked, because I could say, I could just do this. Now I think about it before I do it. I'm thinking the same way as far as a referendum. Are the benefits going to outweigh what it's going to cost me? So I thank you for your time, but I know a lot of people are thinking the same way. So I really would like to know where we're going with it. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Grace Valley, 97 Fox Hill Lane. So I've been living in Enfield for a while now, but I also work at EMS as a paramedic, and I have been for a little over a year. I sought out employment with Enfield EMS specifically because I consider it to be one of the best EMS services in the state. I'm not from Connecticut. I moved here specifically to work in Connecticut. That being said, there's a lot to say about the fact that so many people who I work with commute significant distances to work here because it's an excellent place to work, despite the fact that our building is extremely outdated. You've all been told the limitations that we have. We have one large all-purpose room for everything in town for EMS. We sleep there, we eat there, we do our patient care reports there. We don't have much space for training, and we have 2 bathrooms for all of us. But the thing I care about most is the centralization of EMS. Some of our response times in town are double what they should be just because of where we are. Imagine being the person who's waiting 15 plus minutes for an ambulance to come because they're coming from South Road and Enfield Street versus 293 Elm Street. People call 911 when they're having the worst day of their life, and we aim to give them the best patient care, and getting there during case-sensitive times is all important, especially for the critical calls. Minutes matter when seconds count, right? So the centralized local station would be better for the town. It would be better for staff. Improvements in what we have to offer to the town improves patient care. Providing the best patient care is my personal goal, and everyone who works at EMS, I can fairly say they would say the same thing. And proceeding with this referendum and approving the complex would significantly improve both police and EMS's training for this reason. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to approach?
Peter Janitis, 3 Farmstead Circle. You could be having this meeting downstairs in that room down there, but it's not big enough, is it? We've got a police department and an ES department that has to work someplace, and it's not big enough. Give them what they need. We have 3 groups of people, I think, that we have to watch out for in this town with the highest priority. It's the kids of town, the kids in Enfield, who just got 2 new schools. We've got the general public, whether you're aged or still working, that need to feel safe in their homes and know that somebody can come get them when they need help. And you've got a commercial group of people out there whose businesses, it seems like shoplifters are just having a feast here in town. The town needs safety. Give them the room that they need. You don't have to build a palace, but give them the room that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to? Okay, Lucian.
Lucian Lefebvre, 54 Kimberly Drive, Enfield. I think it's a great idea to use the money that's been appropriated in bonding by the state, the $12.8 million. The cost to the town is $2.3 million. $2.3 million is not going to affect our tax base that much. Sitting here, I went through tonight's agenda, and to put it into perspective, we're talking $2.3 million for public safety complex that brings up to date our EMS and police and provides income for the town because it's a regional facility. 3 items that were on the agenda for tonight, just to put it into perspective. Enfield High School athletic turf replacement project, they want to transfer $700,000. The baseball fields, $541,000. Tennis courts at the high school, $827,000. You've covered the cost of the 2.3 with those 3 projects that, I'm not saying they're bad projects, but in perspective, you look at those versus what we get out of a public safety complex, it's pretty much a no-brainer. And like it was brought up before, our representatives, in a bipartisan thing, thought that this was a good deal for Enfield. 169 towns pay in to the state. That $50 million block that was put aside is for like 5 or 6 towns, of which Enfield is one, at $12.8 million specifically for a public safety complex. I've had people say, well, couldn't they spend the money in better places? Maybe, but this is earmarked for a public safety complex only. That's where the state's going to give us the money. It's the only place the money can be spent. And if the state were to back out of it, the towns, the way they write up their referendums, would be off the hook, that the town's not going to be liable for the whole $15 million. The state backs out, the project goes out the window, we're back to square one. So I think to vote for it, get the state money in here, and spend the $2.3 million of our money. I'm a taxpayer, I pay a decent amount of tax. I have no problem paying taxes to this town as long as they're spent in the proper places. So the people want first-class coverage for police and EMS. Let's give them the facilities so they can provide it to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for the second time now? Is there anybody who would like to speak? Third time? Okay, I think we're...
Make a motion to close public hearing on the public safety complex.
Councilor Finger, second. Councilor Mangini. Public hearing is now closed. Thank you. We'll take a 1-minute recess before we'll start, or a 2-minute one. Everyone. Can I have everybody's attention? We're going to get going with tonight's regular meeting. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Enfield Town Council regular meeting, August 29th, 2022. The time is 7:23. Town Council chambers. It's also viewed on YouTube. We will begin our meeting tonight with a prayer from Cindy Mangini.
Lord, we ask that you grant this council the strength and fortitude necessary to conduct our town's business in a respectful, considerate way. Let us remember in a prayer a member of our community, Mr. Christopher Kennedy, who recently lost his life in a senseless act of violence on our town green. And we beseech you, Heavenly Father, to bless our community with the grace necessary to love our neighbor and not harbor racial or other forms of prejudices against one another. Amen.
God bless America. God help Enfield.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini.
Here.
Counselor Pisner. Here. Counselor Santinella.
Here.
Counselor Ungary.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sakala.
Here.
Mayor Crisati.
Here.
Counselor Despard.
Here.
Counselor Finger.
Here.
Counselor Hopkins.
Here.
Counselor Ludwig.
Here.
10 members present.
Okay, the fire evacuation announcement. In the event of a fire, there are exits in the back of the room, the chambers, and to my left in the audience is right. And you would exit through the doors, go downstairs, and into the parking lot. Deputy Mayor Sakala.
Thank you. I'd like to actually make a motion to amend the agenda and remove items M and then K and L, move them up into the agenda so we can take care of it now and proceed to vote. So I'd like to do M first and then K and L because those go together.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini, and a second, Councilor Despard. Thank you.
All in favor?
All in favor? Aye. 10 in favor. Thank you. Okay, I thought it was up. Okay. All right, 10 in favor now. Okay, thank you. Item M. Discussion resolution to accept or reject the recommendations for redistricting as presented by the Registrar of Voters. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Councilor Mangini, and all in favor? Aye. Okay. 10 in favor. Okay, very good. All right, discussion.
Mr. Mayor, we do have the two registrars here. If we could have them come forward, they could field any of the questions or comments from the town council regarding the presentation of the proposed changes to the voting district. You have two choices tonight, to accept those presented, or you could reject their recommendation, and I'm sure they'll be here to remind you of the impact of the work that they've done this summer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Lou Fiore, Democratic Registrar of Voters, 14 Cardio Road, Enfield, Connecticut.
Tom Kinsler, Republican Registrar of Voters, 359 Washington Road.
As you know, back in, I think it was June, we presented a recommendation to you for the redistricting of the 4 council districts. Again, we're here to answer any questions you have on that. We do want to mention that again. You can accept the plan or reject it, because based on the fact that there really is only, at the current data, without making any changes, approximately 550 voters, or residents, I shouldn't say voters, this is about population, not registered voters, between the highest district and the lowest one. It really doesn't matter whether you accept our plan or not. So just wanted to remind you of that. Also, just want to mention that if you did decide to accept our plan, basically we've already budgeted for that in the budget that you approved back in May. It's approximately maybe $1,500 to $1,700 expense to implement our plan between the postage and printing any new maps.
The only thing I'd add to that is that, as Lou said, the state requires that we just give it our best effort, and it's up to us whether we make a change or not. However, going forward in the future, looking forward, it makes it easier on future councils if we constantly are striving to keep the districts as balanced as possible. When you get new dwellings like Barbara Jean and that type of thing, going forward, that could skew the next one, and we want to keep that as minimal as possible. That's our thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion from anyone? Councilor Ludwig?
Just quick, I'm in favor of what you guys put together. I think it's fair. I appreciate your work. This will, if we pass this, still goes to referendum, right? Yes. So the voters still have to vote on this. So if they actually vote it down, in theory, even though someone now could be voting at JFK that they didn't prior, does it go back to the way we used to do it if they voted down? Yes.
Yes. If you agreed to our plan and voted to present that as a referendum question to the public, and they voted it down in November, then things would remain the way they are.
But the key is, so if you're one of those streets, like say I think it's Beach, right, or right now you're voting in the new, even though it's not approved, right?
No, you are voting in your old. So the west side, the west side of Beach is still voting in Henry Barnard. It would have to be accepted by the public, and then Tom and I would make those changes in December.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mangini.
Thank you. Thank you both for your hard work. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work. It's much appreciated. I'm going to vote against, primarily because I don't see any real cause to go forward and make any changes at this time. But I do want to say thank you for your hard work. You really did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from anyone? Councilor Finger.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this too, because if this was, it's kind of close. I mean, if this is going to happen in past 23, I could see maybe, having that a little bit more effect, because people are going to be confused about where they're going to vote. And you got some elderly people that might show up to one location going, and they're going to tell them, no, you have to go across town to go to the other one. So I don't think that's it, but I don't think we don't need to do this right now.
Right? Sure. Yeah, I can address that. The way I like to think about it is we do this change every 10 years, and every 10 years the same types of things happen. One street will move here, one street will move there. The goal is to keep people as close to their traditional polling place as possible, but to keep the balance of the voting districts. So it's a form of government that we've selected to do in this town, and that's what we're tasked to do. So a reason for voting no, in my mind, wouldn't be because one half of one street now has to vote in the next side. We're going to notify them. We've done it before in redistricting in the past. It's never really been a problem. In fact, in years past, it's been higher numbers that have been changed. So I would poll the public on that, and come referendum time, that's when that'll happen. So I would encourage you to allow that to happen. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Councilor Pisner.
Okay, so to be clear, this would be a referendum for the 2023 election. So nothing is going to change as far as where you vote for 2022. Correct. Okay. So people would certainly have enough of time to be notified of a change.
Plenty of time. Yeah.
Okay. I myself am in favor of this, especially due to the fact that you said one thing, which is the big apartment complex over on the Long Meadow line. That is encompassing a huge amount of voters in just one spot.
It could happen somewhere else in town.
Yes, it can, and that's what I was alluding to next. If we are looking at building more apartments throughout Enfield, and I know there are a few in our zoning hopper that we're looking at, I think it is going to impact where people vote. So I am in favor of this tonight, and thank you very much.
I do want to mention that, I think you're alluding to Mayfield Place. We did not account for that in this plan because basically we used the census data that was given to us for 2020, and that didn't include the amount of people that were at Mayfield. Now, knowing that, Tom and I were cognizant of the fact that that facility has changed. It almost has 100% occupancy now.
I'm a District 4. I live in District 4, so I know.
Yeah, it's changed.
Yeah, it really did make a difference, so.
The only thing I'll just add, if I can, again, it doesn't matter to us whether you accept the plan or not. We just made the effort to go through to do the charge that you gave us back when you formulated us. I will say that, one of the council districts has the potential of really changing 10 years from now, based on some of the things that Councilman Pisner has already alluded to that she's hearing in the hoppers, is going to change one of those council districts. So by not accepting the plan, basically what you're saying is that there's going to be a much bigger impact to the change of that council district 10 years from now. And I say that from experience. This is the third time in my life that I've actually had to come up with a plan like this. So I know what the impact's going to probably be 10 years from now. So I feel kind of bad if it's not accepted for the next group who's going to have a much harder job changing that particular council district. And that's really the only comment I want to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Councilor Finger?
First of all, I want to apologize. I misunderstood that. I thought it was going to go into effect. So, I'm a man of my apologies, and sorry about that. I misunderstood it. I just don't see the difference. It was like 500 people, I think, in one district, and I don't know. Maybe next time around, if I'm still here, we'll see. Thank you. Sorry, again, my apologies for misunderstanding.
You are forgiven. No problem, Councilor Finger. No problem at all.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I want to thank both of you for your time and effort in doing what you have to do statutorily. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. I think we're ready for a vote.
So,
No, we don't need. We already.
Just vote, roll call. I think they made
We
a
waived
motion.
it.
Was I second?
We.
I know we waived it. To accept or reject. I like it that way.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Yes. Motion.
Motion,
Second.
Deputy Mayor Sakala, and a second, Councilor Pisner. Okay. Now we're ready to vote.
Counselor Mangini?
Against.
Counselor Pisner?
For.
Counselor Santinella?
Against.
Counselor Ungary?
For.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
Against.
Mayor Crisati?
Against.
Counselor Despard?
Against.
Counselor Finger?
No, against, whatever.
Counselor Hopkins?
Against.
Counselor Ludwig?
4.
3 in favor, 7 against. No abstentions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, next, item K, discussion resolution, the resolution to approve $15,100,000 for the construction of a regional public safety complex and to authorize the issuance of bonds, notes, or temporary notes in an amount not to exceed $2,300,000 to finance the appropriation with the balance funded by grants and other available funds. Okay.
Could I make a motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion by Councilor Mangini and a second by Deputy Mayor Sakala. All in favor? Aye. 10 in favor. Now we will make a motion to
Motion to approve the resolution,
Resolution.
please.
Councilor Deputy Mayor Sakala and a second by Councilor Despard. Okay. All right.
so for-
discussion. Okay.
So for discussion purposes, Mr. Mayor and Council, we do have with us tonight the Chief of the EMS, Aaron Riggett. We have the Chief of Police, Alaric Fox. I would like to ask that they come forward just in case there are operational and or other types of questions from the town council. Following that, we do have with us tonight the Town of Enfield's bond counsel, Attorney Matt Ritter, and we also have in the audience John Wilcox, our Director of Finance, to deal with some of the finer financial points and questions that you may have. I think both of those presentations will be very beneficial to the public to hear as well as we parse through what that $15.1 million resolution is as opposed to the $2.3 million contribution that the Town of Enfield would have to put forward. So first, I'd ask the chiefs to come forward to hear any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Chief Fox and
Good evening.
Chief Riggett. Thank you. Thank you for attending. Okay, questions, Councilor Pisner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am in favor of this project. I was in favor of it last year. What I'm not in favor of was us discussing it 2 weeks before it has to go on to the referendum. We only had this 2-week window to make this decision. So that's what I found frustrating about this referendum. Had I not known a lot about the referendum from campaigning last year, I have a multitude of questions, and I think residents have the same. You know, one of the things that I remember from last year was that this will be an income stream for our town, because by regionalizing, if I am correct, people will pay us now as an academy, correct?
There's the training piece of that, and the answer to that is a firm yes. There is the potential for either voluntary or perhaps forced regionalization of dispatch services in the future, and that would also generate income if that were to occur at some point in the future.
Okay, and leading to that then, will our young men and women still have to go to an academy, or will they be trained right here in Enfield?
They will still have to go to an academy. The recruit level academy, the 6-month-long academy, is a vastly much more complex, involved with a full-time staff undertaking. We would not be able, even this facility would not even be close to being able to provide that.
Okay. And my last question is approximately how long will the construction take of this project? And what can we expect for any interruption for EMS or for the police station? In other words, while it's being constructed, will people have to be moved around, or?
So as to 2B, if I could,
okay.
There'll be no interruption to police service, and I would venture to say for 2A there'd be absolutely no interruption.
Okay.
That would be abhorrent to what we do and to what you expect. I would not be in a position to even guess at the construction period. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would defer that to Mr. Nunes or someone else with perhaps more construction experience than I.
Okay, these are questions that I received from residents, and that's why I'm bringing them forth. Because again, when residents contacted me and said, where are we getting this information, there was nothing out for them. And that's what I'm unhappy about, is that this is being done very fast. So us sitting up here knew it because we were selling this project last year. So I am in favor of it. It is a referendum. November, the residents will talk. They will be the ones to vote, and they will be the ones to ultimately say yes or no. I just hope moving forward, referendums are done giving us a little bit more time so that residents can be educated.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councilor Mangini?
I just want to thank both of you and your departments for all of the hard work and what you have gone through. I've been here a while, and I've seen some unbelievable sights in both departments. The women officers, I've been complaining about this for years, even before your time, Chief. And, with our medical people coming back from a call and having to change behind an ambulance, that's just disgusting. So, of course, I support this referendum. But I also believe that one of the reasons perhaps it failed the last referendum is because I believe that last referendum was overloaded. This is a priority. This is very extremely important, and I certainly hope that people will reach out and ask the pertinent questions, and we have the answers. And let's go forward and let's make this happen. But again, thank you both and to your departments for all the hard work and the great work that's being done.
Thank you.
Councilor Santinella?
Yep. Good evening. You know that I'm not a big fan of adding to our debt. And I've been to your facility, Chief Riggett. I took a tour very shortly after I got elected. And there's no doubt that it's beyond substandard. To the cost question, it's going to cost us a lot less now to do this than if we do it in the future. And I know this adds a little bit to a debt that I've expressed a lot of concern about, but it's going to add a lot more to the debt to solve the problem if we don't do this now. And I think that you all deserve a much better facility to take care of the people of Enfield. And so I'm going to vote for this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ludwig.
Welcome. This is a tough vote for me because I was the one who pushed to purchase the land because we had the vision to do this a year ago, and to understand the need for the regionalization. I was to push both EMS, and it was actually my idea when we to Chris to push EMS over there. But we had 3 public hearings last year. We had a community conversation. We had a booth at the farmers market promoting. I have not even seen the plan that I can look at. I understand the videos are out there, and that's great. But the public doesn't even know what they're voting for. And so we did a cost projection last year. On-call architect, as you well know, projected what we thought the cost would be. I don't think we've done that. And the inflation of architecture, of construction, I believe, is anywhere from 15 to 25%. So we're asking for money that we don't know is going to cover the cost of what the actual cost will be once when inflation kicks in and the cost of construction. So we haven't even done the legwork to tell the public that the numbers that we're asking them to vote for, whether it's coming from the state, and it's not a question for you, it's just, I'm telling you my position, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, because I support everything we're doing in town when it comes to police, but there's also, we should have done this in May. It should have been started in May. We should have had a conversation. We should have a presentation that the public can see and understand exactly what they're voting on. Whether it's coming from the state, coming from the town, whatever. But I haven't seen it. I remember last year's presentation. Again, it was out, we promoted it. We have one meeting, we had a public hearing tonight, and now if we pass it tonight, the town can't promote it now because it's on the referendum. So we've not given the public enough time to actually digest what we're asking them to do. And again, this is a tough vote because I know exactly why we need this because I support it. But I don't know if there's a question through you, but the other 5 towns last year who signed up to say they're on board, I know they all have new leadership, I believe. Are they still on board for this? Do you know?
For training purposes, they certainly would be. Again, the regionalized dispatch is floating out there. It's been floating for a number of years. Yeah. But for training purposes, there continue to be significant opportunities to bring in national providers that are looking for large spaces where they can host classes that are not currently available at the Post Academy.
I just feel as a counselor and as a taxpayer, I have an obligation to let the public know exactly what they're supporting for, even when I support the project. I don't feel I've done that. That's just my position. And honestly, talking to people out there, people are raising their hand. They don't want to say, they're saying uncle. All right, we just approved a high school, a middle school, a brand new water pollution control plant, well over $200 million of bonding. The public steps up. They had a tax increase this year. Inflation is unfortunately killing everybody, no matter whatever you're doing in your life. And this, if people believe in this project, we should start it first thing next year. Do all the work, make sure the money is approved from the state, have a committee together, we show the public exactly what we're asking them for, and it should be on a referendum next year. So again, if there's they can see it in the public, we have conversations, and it's not rushed one meeting before we have to vote on it, and they don't even see a presentation of what the actual schematic is anymore. I'm sorry, this kills me, because this should have been done the right way, and I'm not blaming you, I'm not blaming anybody. But I have to be in this position to make a tough vote for a project that I helped spur last year because we're not doing, in my opinion, we're not transparent to the taxpayers. And I'm sorry, but I got to be honest and upfront with you, and I know you disagree, and rightfully so. You know, we support the police. We had the substation we just did. We hired 4 new cops. We're doing equipment with EMS. We're passing raises. We're doing everything we can to support. And we're going to have the taxpayers for any amount of money. In my opinion, we should have been upfront, and we should have started this in the summer, so everyone could see exactly what they're voting for. We could have promoted at that point. We could have promoted it, but once we put it out for referendum, I can't promote it anymore. And yet we've had one public hearing for 15, 20 minutes before a council meeting, and now I got to vote on it. So I apologize. This kills me to do it, but I cannot support this the way this was handled. So I apologize, but I need to be upfront with you because I do support what we're doing. But again, I'm sorry, the taxpayers, we haven't done a good job of informing them.
Deputy Mayor Scala.
Thank you. I will save my comments on how I feel after, because I know you guys are up here for questions. So I do have, I guess, a question regarding what Councilor Ludwig just said, and I think it's probably for the next 2 visitors regarding financing. And my understanding is that money may not be there if we don't pass this and it goes to referendum this November. And if it doesn't pass, I don't think that money is going to be allocated to Enfield anymore, but that's not for you. My question to you, both of you, is if you could tell me and the voters a couple of sentences on why you support this. What's the need? We can say it, they can say it. I know there's some great videos up, but if you can tell us your quick synopsis on why it is that we should support this, please.
You know, all of you have heard me speak before. You've been very gracious coming to promotions, swearing-ins, and the like. And I also get invited to do a fair amount of community speeches, civic groups, community groups, and I always say yes. And I open by telling each one of those groups that it's a pleasure and privilege to serve as the Enfield Chief of Police. And I'm not doing material when I say that. I capped a 24-year career where I was in charge of 1,200 troopers and 1,800 employees. And within reason, I think I could have gone a lot of places. This is where I wanted to go, and I'm very grateful to work here. I say that because it is counterintuitive to sit before you and sort of expose our soft underbelly, if you will. My experience, the 50 years plus that the executive command staff has behind me, it's very difficult to sit before you and share with you our weaknesses. But there are several notable concerns that do seriously diminish our ability to provide services to this community. And to tick them off quickly, although I do think they're well represented in the video, the roof leaks, and it leaks down on the evidence room. I'd sooner have it leak in my office. That's how important the evidence room is. Shift change, vehicles are parking in the drive alleys, they're parking up on the curbs. The training room that we have is great for classroom space, but in the year 2022, the world wants, I want, and you want training situations where we can make them interactive, where we can make them judgment-based. It's not the way that I started almost 40 years ago when you were sort of plunking at a stationary target. The training that we do now is judgment. What do I do? How do I de-escalate? How do I control a situation to avoid having to use force whenever possible? It's the firearms range that we have, forgive my use of the word, that's deplorable at the recycling center. When I went there, when I first got here, my mouth dropped open. It is a sand and gravel pit. There are areas of the department, it's the detective division that is overflowing with personnel. And part of the reason it's overflowing with personnel is because society has said to us, and I'm grateful that Cindy Guerreri is behind me, we want you to have social workers, and we want you to have DCF workers in your building to help mediate and resolve these problems. So the town manager, the previous town manager, the director of social services said, you got it. There's no place to put them. They're kitty-cornered in the Detective Bureau. I don't think that's a short answer, and for that I apologize, but I do feel a certain degree of passion in those areas in particular.
Thank you. Erin?
Yeah, I'll be briefer. Sorry. I've worked here for 15 years.
When we first started in early 2000s, we were in literally a closet at EPD. And in 2007, they moved us to our current station, 1296 Enfield Street, which is a retired Enfield fire station. The day we moved in, it was too small. We've been making do. We have 4 vehicles parked inside, and the remaining 7 are parked outside. We are a temperature-regulated business. Our vehicles, our equipment, our medications, it's very temperature sensitive. So this is a hurdle for us. And every month outside of April and October, when the temperatures are regulated for us, we're constantly scrambling to move vehicles around, to move equipment around, to get equipment down from our attic, which has no storage or temperature storage regulation, down to my office, which is piled with medications, to the supervisor's office, which is piled with equipment and medication. Our staff are in one large room. They can't do training. They can't have conference space. They can't have quiet patient documentation areas because it's all one room where everybody is. We're going to need to look for a place to expand if we don't pass this building. It's just our call volume is increasing. We're likely going to need more vehicles. We've got the assisted living facility coming to Hazard Ave. We've got large warehouses. We're doing a lot of promotion for business in town, and anytime we add businesses and apartment complexes, it's a call driver for us, so our volume goes up. So we will likely need more vehicles. That means more vehicles outside. We don't have the footprint to park any more vehicles outside. So if we don't do it now, we're going to have to do it soon. And like Councilor Santinella said, it's going to cost us more in the future if we don't do it now. We're proud to serve Enfield. We get the best of the best, even with our station, because people love working here. They love the community feel. But we need to do better. Our staff need appropriate locker rooms. They need appropriate restrooms. They need to have quiet place to document, to decompress from calls. That's. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else with comments? I just want to make a couple of comments before John Wilcox and Mr. Ritter come up. I have been to both of your facilities. I spend a lot of time at the police station. You're my next door neighbor, and I thoroughly understand what you're meaning with the temperature control. I visually see the maneuvering when the weather gets colder, the maneuvering of the vehicles so that you keep them at that temperature. It is absolutely, really deplorable that we have to, in this day and age, have to do something like that in order to keep your state regulations without being in violation of anything. When I go to the police department, there's no room. You know, when the chief was just mentioning about the social service department and your social workers, you know, they're like this, you know, the leaky roof. Public safety is very important. I know that everybody's up here and everybody understands, you know, the importance of public safety. Both of your departments, head over heels, are outstanding. All of your officers, all of your personnel that you have in both of your departments are to be commended to be working in the conditions that you're working in right now and doing an outstanding job. Obviously, I'm a big supporter of this. I'm a big supporter of public safety. This is a no-brainer. And I do agree with the costs. If we don't do it now, the costs are just going to keep going up and up and up. So I think that the timing is right. I think in this terms of the referendum, to have one question so that people thoroughly understand what's going on with the regional safety complex and the training that's involved. I see the training visually. I see when you're over at the annex doing outdoor training. You know, it's amazing that you're able to do what you do in a small area that you have to operate in. So I am in full support. I am, looking forward to explanations from John Wilcox. It's not going to be that much of a burden to the taxpayers to get this project going. So thank you. Okay. Councilor Ungar.
Hi, greetings. Thank you for coming. Two things that are really important to me in Enfield, and that's education and public safety. And I believe I've been on the Public Safety Committee, I think, for 5 years now. So we've been talking about this for a long time. It's not new. I think it's something that we really need. All the upgrades that you've mentioned are definitely needed, and it's going to cost more if we wait any longer. Another important point is that we'll lose that state funding if we sit on this and don't act now. And plus, the new facility will generate monies coming in, so that's another plus. And I was raised with the saying that you take care of those who take care of you. So I am in full support of this. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to call up John Wilcox and Mr. Matt Ritter, please. Thank you. Good evening. If you could just give us an overview financially, that would be great. Thank you.
So financial impact, there's been a couple of questions that I've heard raised. One is our impact on our bond rating. A couple of years ago, we had spoken with our financial advisor, and one of the ratings impacts is when our projected debt service would be at $16 million. We could be subject to a downgrade. I have projected forward all of the other projects that we have and our bonding on those. The highest we get is just a little over $14 million. So we would not be subject to any kind of a ratings downgrade from S&P from this project. Another question that we had was the impact on the taxpayers for this particular project, and let me just find my spreadsheet here. Based on my calculations of this, the tax impact, the highest tax impact would be in fiscal year 2027. It would add 6 cents to the mill rate. So if our mill rate was 30, this would cause it to go to 30.06. The impact for a homeowner owns a home that has market value of $200,000, that would be $8, and it would be almost $9 for that tax year. Because the principal would then go down each year, because we'd be paying off principal, that impact would go down each year after that. So for the homeowner with a market value of $200,000, the total overall impact would be, over a 20-year period, about $137. That's just the regional public safety complex. That's if we decided to borrow the $2.3 million, and we were unable to get other funds or any other, if we decided to use fund balance or whatever for it. That's like the basic questions that I've heard so far. So if anybody has any additional, I'm
Okay, thank you, John. Any questions, Councilor Ledwell?
Great to see you again. Well, welcome back to Enfield, and thank you. I'll be brief, just so I just want to be clear. If at 15 million, say we each had a little bit about this. Let's just say inflation's 25%. I'll be, that's say for cost of doing anything. That's about $3.7 million, round to 4. If that happens where we go to this project and that money's not included in the 15 million, we either, you said we'd be over we couldn't bond it because we'd be over we'd get the 16 million. So then we'd have to basically cut the scope of the project if we couldn't get money elsewhere. Yeah, pretty much, right? I mean, remember, this 15 million is based on last year's projections, and my understanding that we haven't updated based on current cost of construction. Is that, if I'm wrong,
It's true,
correct
but
me,
I believe
correct
the
me.
architecture built in a rather high interest rate when he did the forecast on it.
But we wish we would have verified that for the taxpayers before we asked them to vote on it. And that's not your problem, just making a statement. And so again, just if you could, Mr. Ritter, again, thank you for being here. Once this gets put out on the referendum, the town, just to be clear, we cannot promote it. We can certainly show the question, right? Just want to be clear what the town can do to the taxpayer, because now it's a legal question on the ballot. And I know you did this last year, and it was a great presentation, so just for people, if you wouldn't mind, I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, and Matt Ritter, I'm an attorney at Shipman & Goodwin in Hartford. I would point you all to Section 7 of the bond resolution, which is, I think that's item K on the agenda. And so if this passes tonight, right, and is sent to referendum, the referendum is now legally pending. And that's the definition the State Election Enforcement Commission will use, to your point, Counselor, to determine whether you can advocate for or against. It's both. You can't do either, actually, once it's a pending referendum. So what does that mean? This often leads to a lot of questions. So this topic, sometimes we go down rabbit holes. To be very clear, whatever you do on your own personal time, they don't care about. I'll give you the most common examples of where there have been complaints filed about advocacy. You use your Town of Enfield email, and you send an email to 100 people saying vote yes on November 8th for the referendum project. You'd be using public resources, right, taxpayer money, to promote the advocacy for, or if you said vote against it, it's the same thing.
Yep.
It's got to involve town-owned property and town resources. You have to spend town money to violate the statute. What you do on your own personal time, what events you go to on a Saturday, what you do at 6 o'clock at night, noon, if you're not using town resources, there's nothing to worry about. Your own personal Facebook page, that's whatever you want to do. You don't lose your First Amendment rights. But you can't come in and use the photocopier at Town Hall, make 500 copiers saying vote no, and then go hand them out in town. It's actually not unlike for a campaign, quite frankly. There's a lot of overlap and similarities. But where people tend to get caught up is using their emails. They're used to it. But I want to give people a little bit of comfort. If you are asked for your opinion by somebody, you can respond using your town email. You just can't send an unsolicited email to people saying vote yes or no. If you're asked to write an editorial, or if a reporter asks you what's your opinion, you can do all those things, right? So a lot of it's common sense, but we have in the past, I think this happened last year, where the town manager sent me 1 or 2 questions afterwards. If you have any doubt, any concern, just let us know. Yep. There's a lot of body of case law on this. A lot of complaints get filed. We want to make sure nobody gets in trouble. But general rule is, once your hat is off here, no town computer, no town email, you can do whatever you want like you would in your normal life.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you, John.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Deputy Mayor Scala?
I don't have any questions,
Okay.
but I guess I can give my comments now.
All right, but
Thank you.
thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
So I'm not going to belabor the point, but I will be supporting putting this on for referendum and the public safety complex. I supported it last time, and I will do so again. If you even just add taking off the roof, because that is and was part of the rooferendum. So if we take that off, if you even try to do any additions or a few additions to solve any of these problems, like inadequate parking, training room, lack of a locker room, evidence room, and detective rooms, if you try to solve any of those problems by doing an addition, we are going to spend more than the $2.3 million. And I'm not a construction expert, but I can be fairly certain that if we want to put on any sort of addition that's going to add a couple of rooms and redo a parking lot, we're going to spend over $2.3 million. So it's going to cost the town more. if we piecemeal and do an addition to EMS later, do an addition to the police station now, where this money, this $12.8 million has already been allocated to Enfield. Yes, people argue, well, we're paying taxes on it through the state. Well, we're going to pay taxes on it, or we're going to pay for it whether it comes to Enfield or it goes to another town. So why not have already paid for it and it come benefit our town? I support public safety, I support EMS, and I will support this referendum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For myself, just to boil it down, it really comes down to whether we pay for this now or later. I have toured the police department. I think we could, with some elbow grease, maybe squeeze a little bit more time out of it. But the EMS issue is just, there's no good solution to it. Unfortunately, we have fire departments which are separate from the town. There's been some discussion about housing EMS there, but there's no real concrete plan for that. So you have those issues with our current police department plus the unresolvable EMS issue. Many people in the community are keenly aware of the tax burden. I respect that. I identify with that. For me, this comes down to whether this is a good bang for your buck. I think it's great that we can capture the state money, but it is fair that there are people in the community that may disagree. So the question here tonight is whether this should be for a referendum. I think it definitely should be. But it's fair to ask the question, what's changed since the last referendum? I have spoken with a number of people about this issue. A good portion of them, I would say the majority, didn't understand about the state bonding money. And I think it's important that more be done to circulate that and that there be this question asked again on the referendum, because it is such a possible good deal for Enfield. So I will be voting for this tonight, and I do really appreciate everybody's time and discussion on this issue.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hopkins. Okay. Ready for a vote? Okay, roll call.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungar?
4.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crissati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
Against.
9 in favor, 1 against, no abstentions.
Item L, discussion resolution to submit appropriation and bonding resolutions to referendum. Okay. Be it resolved, Section 1, that the following appropriation and bonding resolution approved by the Town Council heretofore at this meeting shall be submitted to a referendum vote on the voting tabulators or paper ballots by the town electors and qualified voters for approval or disapproval in the conjunction with the election to be held on Tuesday, November 8, 2022, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. The resolution to appropriate $15,100,000 for the construction of an addition to the town's public safety complex to provide space for the town's emergency medical services and police department, and authorize the issuance of bonds, notes, or temporary notes in an amount not to exceed $2,300,000 to finance the appropriation, with the remaining $12,800,000 to be funded by the state grants and other available funds. Section 2, that the polling places used by the town for the election shall be utilized by the town electors for purposes of the referendum vote on the voting tabulator or paper ballots. Voters qualified to vote or not electors shall vote at the Enfield Town Hall in accordance with procedures contained in Section 9-369D of the Connecticut General Statutes, which procedures the town hereby choose to apply. Absentee ballots will be available from the town's office clerk. Section 3, that the appropriation and bonding resolution approved above shall be placed upon the voting tabulators under the following heading. Shall the town of Enfield appropriate $15,100,000 for the construction of an addition to the town's public safety complex to provide space for the town's emergency medical services and police department, and authorize the issuance of bonds, notes, or temporary notes in an amount not to exceed $2,300,000 to finance the appropriation, with the remaining $12,800,000 to be funded by the state grants or other available funds, yes or no. And then section 4, that the warning of the referendum vote shall state that the full text of the resolution adopted by the town council heretofore at the meeting is on file and open to public inspection in the town clerk's office.
So moved.
Councilor, Deputy Mayor Mangini, and second, Deputy Mayor Sakala, and second by, yes, promotion, Councilor Mangini. Any discussion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungary? 4. Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
Against.
9 in favor, 1 against, no abstentions.
We are back to the minutes of the preceding minute meetings. Is there a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from August 8, 2022?
So moved.
Councilor
Second.
Mangini, and a second by Deputy Mayor Sakala. Are there any changes, comments from this? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? 1? Okay. All right.
Yep, I'm sorry, I'm against.
You're against, Mike?
Yeah, it's the first one. First one.
Regular meeting, August 8th.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm again, I know there was some conversation going on, there's some, that things are admitted and they're supposed to be added. So I
So
think
just
we-
as a point of order, maybe back it up to discussion, is that?
Yeah. Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, again, I'm against. Yep.
Councilor Mangini?
Yeah, I have some information here. Freedom of Information, Section 1-225, specifically states that except for executive session, as defined in Section 6, 1-200, all votes shall be open to the public, meaning that no minutes shall be changed or altered prior to a public meeting such as this meeting that we're at current. So any changes or additions must be done current, this meeting or another public meeting. Otherwise, we're violating the statute.
I don't want to violate the statute, I just make a motion to add the comments that were made to my question at the last meeting by the town manager that are admitted in the minutes. So I vote them to add.
I second that.
Yeah.
That was a motion made by...
I don't want to violate the statute, fair point. So I want to make sure, fair point. So I want to make sure that the motion is to add the comments about the, again, being at a fundraiser that were omitted in the minutes as submitted.
Okay, is there a second, Councilor Finger? Okay, comment? Go ahead.
Is somebody prepared to read those in? Do those have to be? That's what I'm not sure about. Like, does that have to be read in right now, or is someone prepared to do that?
I make a motion that we table the minutes until they can be corrected. I did send an email, and I was told that I would receive corrected minutes prior to this meeting.
Not according to statute.
Well, I understand that, but again, I have emails that said the corrected minutes would be at this meeting. I asked for the corrected minutes once I read them and saw that a conversation was omitted.
That's incorrect.
So just as a point of order, there's an open motion, right? So I think we should resolve that and then consider any second.
There is an open motion, so...
I'm asking that the minutes be tabled so that the missing minutes could be added in, and then we can vote on them next time.
That's the point. You can't do that according to statute. It has to be done publicly, so if you want to add, then speak, add, it'll be recorded, and then when we get the minutes for the next meeting, then they'll be either approved or not. But you can't have town staff prepare additional minutes without bringing it forward to the public. The public has to be present when we make changes like that, according to the statute.
So do we play the YouTube video of the meeting so that they can hear what the response was and they get added in? Because I can't read them verbatim because I don't have them written.
Yeah, excuse me. I'd like to get Attorney Tallberg's opinion on this.
I think the issue is that the minutes are only required to state what was done, not specifically what was said. They're never supposed to capture every word. That would be like a transcript in a court proceeding. And there's been this tradition where the minutes have gotten very detailed. It's my understanding that there was an effort to try to thin down and make them more readable and more of a summary. So I think the minutes are typed up by a private contractor. Typically, if a counselor sees something in the minutes they don't like, there's a correction. We say, oh, let's correct. There's a typo or something. Here, I think a counselor wants to add additional text, and I don't know how much time you want to spend on that, but it's not required.
No. I'd like to, hold on one second.
Mike made a motion.
Correct.
And Doug seconded it.
Correct.
So I think we need to do all in favor of that motion
Correct.
before Marie does her motion.
Okay, we are going to vote on the motion that was seconded by, proposed by Councilor Ludwig and seconded by Councilor Finger. Okay? All in favor? Against?
What a surprise.
Okay.
Diluted
Okay.
minutes.
Yep. Defeated 6-4. Yes. Comment.
I just wanted to make a comment. Attorney Tallberg, you mentioned about that some of our comments and discussion could be trimmed down, but the whole response was deleted. It wasn't even trimmed down, and just lost the whole crux of the whole conversation by only having Counselor Ludwig's question, and then the answer by the town manager just not even trimmed down. It's just not there. And typically, all our meetings have all of our comments, trimmed down a little bit, some of them, because some of us can be lengthy, but it's not even trimmed down because it's not there.
Point of order, there's no motion on the floor, and I don't know how to respond to that. I didn't type the minutes.
So I got something I want to say.
Councilor Finger.
So, when Councilor Ludwig asked you those questions last meeting, I sat here, stood up, and defended you and wanted you and told you, you don't have to answer that question. You chose to answer that question on your own. I was trying to defend you as I was today with my emails because you made a very good point of standing up for yourself. Now with these missing comments that you made, that just makes me feel like there's absolutely games being played, and I don't like it. And the games are being played with. Excuse me, I have the floor. Remember, Cindy? So I'm just saying is that it just doesn't surprise me that some other people voted against having these minutes put in or these words put in. It's irritating me that there were always a shit show on this bias, whatever you want to call it, and it's getting really out of hand. And I don't appreciate that. When I go to defend somebody and they stood up and defend themselves, it'd be nice to know that they're going to stick to that. And however happened to those minutes, those words that you spoke that night, and I was proud of you when you did that. Very proud of you, because it's your life. And now all of a sudden, now it's all gone. It's all gone. I wonder where it went or why it didn't happen. That's all I got to say.
So just as a point of order, I'm interpreting this as discussion from the original motion. Is that right?
Yes, we are going to vote. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I do think that there's a very simple clarification. as Councilor Mangini pointed out, on whatever that section is, I do not have the power to correct minutes, nor do anybody on this dais or here. They're done by an independent contractor. If you feel that there are parts that are missing, all that has to happen through the power that is vested in you is someone makes a motion to amend, correct, or modify the minutes, but you have to present what you want modified and corrected. That's all that has to happen, and then the motion comes forward. It's recorded by Kenzie. It brought back to the office, is given through the video, and when you next see the minutes, they will show that the meeting minutes of August 8th have been corrected and modified. That's all that has to happen. I don't have the power to do that, but you do. So all you have to do is make a motion and state within that motion what you want to say, as opposed to just making it a motion without an end point, and you can vote on that, which I have no problem doing. I just don't have the power. So someone has to make the motion and say the words, and the minutes can be corrected to reflect what some people view as the omission, which I agree. I spoke on the record, and it's not reflected.
So as a point of order, Mr. Mayor, is
yes.
it right that we're coming back to the original motion to approve the minutes?
That is correct. Okay, all in favor of approval of the minutes? 6 against? Okay, 6 in favor, 4 against. Next, is there a motion to approve the special meeting minutes from August 17th, 2022?
So moved.
Councilor Despard?
Second.
And Deputy Mayor Sakala. Any comments or changes? Councilor Mangini.
Thank you. Just one comment. I was en route to the airport, so I was not able to participate in this meeting, so I will abstain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Despard.
I'm also going to abstain, actually. I missed some of the meeting, so I'm not sure if that affects my so moved as well, my introducing the motion. No. Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? And abstentions? 1, 2, 3. 3 abstentions. Okay, thank you. So, all right. Okay, next, special guests. Economic Development Commission, ARPA Small Business Grant Program. Town Manager Ellen Zoppo, please.
Yes, tonight we have with us the chairperson of the Economic Development Commission, Marion Turner, and members of her commission. They have been working for the last few months to create parameters for the town of Enfield in order to offer the small business development assistance that you approved through the budget through the ARPA funds. So I know that Councilman Santinella has been part of that group, but tonight they're here to present to the town council so that you can see the product of the work that they're proposing. And from here, they will tell you how they plan to roll this out to the business community. So I would encourage you to invite the chairperson to come forward so she can make remarks to the council.
Okay, welcome. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to have one of my commissioners join me, Rich Stroney.
Okay, great, thank you. Rich?
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening regarding the ARPA grant program. ARPA stands for the American Rescue Plan Act. As the town manager has stated, the federal government has awarded the town of Enfield money to encourage and support our local businesses. The Economic Development Commission was tasked by the town manager, with your blessing, with developing a program to award the funds and use those federal dollars. First, I'd like to thank my commissioners, Phil Kober, Marilyn Crosati, Rich Stroney, Gretchen Pfeiffer Hall, Virginia Higley, Steve Ragnone, Kelly Davis, along with our liaison counselor, John Santinella, our office staff, Nelson Torricio and Christy Koistinen, all played vital roles in developing the program and the idea for the final work product that we're going to put in front of you this evening. We are here to ask for your suggestions and to give us more guidance. A brief overview of what the ARPA grant is about. The Town of Enfield ARPA Small Business Grant Program has been established to provide limited, one-time, direct financial assistance to eligible businesses in Enfield. These funds will be used to assist businesses recovering from the pandemic by enhancing their businesses with a future project. It is not to pay or reimburse them for a previous project or safety measures during the pandemic, but this program does talk about them having been harmed by the pandemic. It is for a future upgrade, a project, or an enhancement. In our proposal, we invite businesses that have no more than 500 employees to participate. They must be a for-profit business, meaning sole proprietor, partnership, LLC, or corporation. The company must be independently owned and operated and cannot be corporately owned franchise. We have also excluded residential real estate investors, elected officials, and your immediate family. In our application, we have suggested grants from $10,000 to $50,000, but we'd like to make a minor change from what was put in front of you. We would like it to just say grants up to $50,000. We do not want to stop someone who may only need a small amount of money for a facade upgrade versus what we had originally stated in our application. So we would like to make that change. After thinking about it, we will move on. We want the application to give clear and specific use of the grant funds. So the applicant has to tell us what they're going to do with them, demonstrate how the funds will be used for this new project, what value it'll add to the community and to their business, the desirability or attractiveness to the community and to their business. The business must be current on their federal, state, and local taxes, and they cannot have liens or judgments or be outstanding on a mortgage or a rent. We expect the applicant will supply supporting documents about their project, such as the description, a budget, quotes, layouts, so we can better understand what their needs are and how they plan to use the money once it's awarded, if it's awarded. They will be told that they must give a written synopsis 6 months afterwards if their project is completed. If it is not completed in that 6-month window, they will have to then provide where are you with it? And they will have to continue with that 6-month narrative until the project is completed. The applicant must get required permits that are required by the town. The applicant will have a window to complete the project. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but I know it could go to 23, I believe. Town manager, thank you. We suggest to the council to open the application process on October 1st and let it run until November 18th. Our reason for that, we want to take the month of September if you have no changes or minor changes so that we can go out and start proposing it and talk about it to the public in other ways. And those other ways would be to advertise the grant on Facebook, to post it on the town's website, to make presentations to the chamber, for example, or the Rotary Club or any other place, and maybe even do a little door-to-door with some of our friendly business owners. After the applications are received, the Economic Development Commission will review the applications and send our recommendations back to you for final approval. We have not developed our matrix yet. That is something that will be put on the table at our next meeting, and we will have a different ways where people can, that we will look at these grants and how they'll be the best use of the funds. We are not here to pay someone's debts. We are not here to pay for something they already did. We are looking for these funds to be something forward, something that'll benefit them that they couldn't get done because the pandemic was a problem and set them back, but something that will also be a benefit for the town, and it could be a facade upgrade. I'm just throwing that out there. So tonight, you've already received our application that our office staff has put together. It will be electronic, but they will have to print it out and sign it. We also have our grant guidelines, which you may or have some comments or questions about. We also, at this point, even though this is still preliminary, we have a business grant program agreement that we have already drafted to kind of keep things moving along. So this evening, we're just here to answer any of your questions and see how we can move forward.
Thank you, Marianne. I have to say that your commission has done a fantastic job with this.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed with everything that you have done with this. This is very clear, concise. And thank you for clarifying right at the end about not here to pay for somebody's debt.
No, we're not.
Okay.
That's not
All
the
right.
point.
So thank you for that clarification.
And it's not our, Mayor, it's not our reason. The guidelines are very specific. It's not for that.
Right.
So we, just a little blurb, we did not make this up in a vacuum. We actually looked at many other towns, up even including Springfield, and brought all their documents together, and we kind of were able to take advantage of the best scenario. And then my team were great, as we had numerous meetings, and we really picked it apart and kind of gave you a streamlined application.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. One thing that really stands out to me, is that businesses in good standing. Those are the businesses that, are affected by the pandemic, and they're the ones that are going to benefit from that. So, this is really very concise, and thank you for your time and effort. Rich, thank you also. I'm just going to open up a couple of questions. Councilor Santinella.
I'm also going to add my thanks and my appreciation to the both of you and to the rest of the commission. The town manager came to us, and said she had this project, and I am really grateful that you took this on. You did, Marianne, you came with stacks of papers and examples, and we went through them, and I think we ended up in a really great place. And I just want to echo the mayor's gratitude, and I really enjoyed working on this project with all of you, and I think we have some other things that we might be working on together after this. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
The Economic Development Team is looking to you to give us more projects. I don't think you have many people who put their hand up and say, let me work for free and let us give you good work product. That's our goal, and I have a great team. Thank you.
Councilor Mangini, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you. This is very, very well put together. Great job to you and your team, and very impressive.
Thank you.
So again, thanks for your hard work.
Councilor Ludwig.
So a couple suggestions, and you hear about not paying debt, but is the priority for businesses that were open? So I would just like to see from March 2020 to March 2022. Again, they did take on debt for whatever reason, and they may not be able to, I'm not saying you pay their debt, but these loans will help them do some of the facade work. I'd like to see those companies in town that qualify get sort of the first come, so to speak, where again, those businesses that were open may have had to been scuttled during the debt period, had to shut down a little bit, qualify for the under 500, whatever the criteria you have is fine. But I'd really like to see them get the priority, because this is open to, like, if a business wanted to start, open up tomorrow and qualify, they could apply for this, correct?
They could apply, but part of our matrix project that we will put together and will put in front of you, per the directions and guidelines whereby it specifically states that we need to work with existing businesses that were in business during that time, right? And there was a window, so we are taking that into consideration, but we do not want to stop other companies from coming forward to it.
No, I'm not saying, but I'd like to see them get first shot at it.
Well, we don't want to say those words exactly. We want them to put together a program that will benefit the town, and that we're not going to favoritism in it, but we will. One of the things we did ask our office staff is, when we get the applications, we would like to have them blinded. And just give us the information, and if they follow the rules we've asked in front of them, they're going to move forward. They will probably put in it how long, because that's one of our questions. How long have you been a business in Enfield? That will be part of our matrix.
So,
go ahead. Sorry,
go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Thompsonville is in a certain type of district. I'm trying to remember the exact name.
Qualified census tract.
Yes, thank you. And we have to look at that area more specifically. So we will be taking all that into consideration.
So I'm not arguing with the debt, but what if a company had to close during that period for whatever reason, and they're looking to open again? Not that they would use that money for debt, but then could they qualify? They
use
could
it
do
to-
this, right?
Yes.
Even though they're not open currently, but they were open during that period and they had to close for whatever reason.
Right, but you're saying the same thing. We're
Right, but I mean,
agreeing.
but do they get-
If they were coming back, and, because we even say in here that you could be opening a business, they're going to tell us, we were here in this window, we closed because of X, we're coming back because of Y. And as long as they can give us a clear what they're going to use the money for, and how it's going to benefit Enfield as a whole, maybe you're going to add employees, you're open your doors again. We're completely going to embrace it. So we hear you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to highlight we have the time period where we're accepting applications. So it's that, month and a half or so that we're taking the applications for. And we're not going to review applications till that time closes for the reason of now we can see what we have for a need in town and provide as much money to as much businesses as we can that meet the criteria. We've intentionally left the application relatively simple, and I'll use the word vague. I don't mean that as a negative, but vague so that they can tell us what the need is without us giving them too much direction. That way, they can justify what they're trying to do, whatever that might be. To your point, maybe they need to reopen and they need some funds to do that. That's an excellent opportunity for a business, whereas others want to invest so that they can enhance what they're doing in town.
Perfect, thank you.
Right, and that's the rationale for the kind of the approach we took with this.
No, I agree with that. I mean, but for me, the ARPA money is to help businesses that were struggling during the pandemic. That's why I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Scala.
Thank you. And again, I echo my gratitude and thanks for all your hard work on this. So I'm looking at the application on the second page when you turn it over. So you do ask for them, a potential applicant, to describe or tell you if they've received any other funding. Are you going to ask, or can we ask, or has it been discussed to ask for documentation and exactly how much that they received in other funding, PPEs, and you listed them there. Is that going to be documentation that they have to provide?
We actually talked about it in great length, and we don't really want to penalize them if they took advantage of other resources during the time. So we do ask it, but we are not going to ask them to give us documents to prove it. Is that what you mean?
Sure. So on one instance, if they say yes, are they going to have to prove how much they got or didn't get? And if they answer no, are you going to go on I'm assuming they're listed on some federal website, are you going to go and make sure that that's an accurate answer?
They are listed on a federal website, but also I think what we're looking at here is having them acknowledge they received the funds. For example, my own business, I had PPP money, and I took advantage of the EIDL loan. Those were more to address what Councilor Ludwig had talked about, which was the existing expenses or some of the forward-looking stuff at the time. This is meant to say, okay, from today forward, what is it you need to expand or enhance what you're doing in town? So it's there. We're trying to keep it less data intensive for both the staff and for us in our evaluation. There is a site that we can go and validate PPP money and EIDL loan, but I don't think we wanted to get into that level of detail for this.
Because we didn't want it to look like we were going to penalize you if you got it. Or let's say someone got really big bucks. There could be someone who never took advantage of it at all, just didn't do it. A small business owner could be one or two people, and maybe they needed to upgrade their computer system but couldn't do it because the pandemic they lost their clients. And I'm not taking this application because my business has closed, but that's exactly what happened to me. I needed to upgrade my hardware, and I just closed my business because after the pandemic, it put me out of business.
So I guess I'm not trying to penalize them either way, but if
just
it's
wanna
on this
know?
application, it's going to be, I guess, a factor or something that you will be looking at. So it's going to determine on some level what they can or cannot or will not get.
Commissioner Turner was talking about, which is coming up with the evaluation criteria of how we allocate the funds and how much. And that's something that we do intend to bring back to you once we sit and say, okay, you're good with this, now the next phase would be, what's the evaluation criteria? That's the matrix she was referring to say, how much of a factor is that going to be? And if we determine, through feedback from you, that having the documentation is important or understanding the amount, we can certainly build that in. But again, is that a decision point that we'll need the data from to decide for this amount of funds? Again, limiting up to 50,000, I
Right.
think we're in a good position.
Valid point, and I actually just really appreciate hearing that you guys had really discussed this at length and said, how much do we really want to get into the
Weeds a
fine
little.
details? I get it, so I
Our
appreciate
really
it.
big, long game with this is when we started evaluating all the other towns that had done this work, they were being a little bit too nitpicky, and we were actually taking a different step. We weren't trying to get them to fix sneeze guards and that stuff. We want to give them a breather and say, what do you need to do to move forward? What can we do to help you get more employees or bring in more customers? What did you need? Because those things that happened back then were very specific. We want to give them an opportunity. So my real question to you, Councilman, do you think we need to keep this? And then I'd have to turn to the town manager because it's there are some guidelines we have to follow. Do you think this information is necessary to be here at all? Or do you want to leave it here and just say, let's see what it's just for kind of interest?
I mean, I don't want to be the one that's the end-all, say-all. I don't know if it's required. That's not a question for
Right.
me. I think it's good to have.
Okay.
And I appreciate, again, the fact that you guys have had a discussion around it. I don't think, like you, that it should be the end-all, say-all. So if they checked the yes box, it doesn't automatically go in the no pile.
And
It is
we
a
agree.
factor that you're going to look at, as well as all of these other factors when determining what your recommendation is to the council, and then we ultimately decide.
What
yes
I
or
would
no.
be of help, if you'd work through your council with John Santinella, if you have some ideas that you would like to see in the matrix, very specifically, please share them with him so he can get them back to us so we can give you the next step, and then we can hash through it. I'd also look to the town manager for guidance on this to make sure that we don't leave something out that we need to absolutely per the government's rules.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
If you'll let us know, we'll keep moving.
Keep moving. That's awesome. All right. Okay. All right, next on the agenda is public communications and petitions. Please state your name and address for the record when you come up. The first round, we will have 5 minutes. The second round, we will allow 3 minutes. Please be respectful, and please refrain from personalities. Once again, the town council does feel strongly that you have a right to be heard. However, I am not going to allow comments that are going to be aimed at employees. And I am sure everyone can appreciate that. There's multiple sides to any type of story, but, and I do have the right to end public comment if this continues, or if it even is brought up. So at this point, I would like to open up public communications. Thank you. Yep, Mr. Fiore.
Sorry for coming back up again, but I want to take this opportunity. Lou Fiore, Democratic Registrar of Voters, 14 Cardio Road, Enfield, Connecticut. I just had a run request and one question for you. The request I have is that, just make you aware that there is going to be a November election on Tuesday, November 8th. And traditionally, in the past, the council has always canceled their Monday night meeting prior to that on November 7th. So I am just bringing that to your attention, since we do use the council chambers for election day reporting, that maybe you officially soon cancel that meeting. I would really appreciate it so we can handle the election correctly. And the other question I have for you tonight is, Tom and I were wondering, do you need us for the consent agenda for the item we have on there? Can we go home, or would you like us to stay around?
Well, this is not a back and forth.
I know,
though.
so I know the procedure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
My name is the Reverend Dr. Greg Gray. I reside at 1449 Enfield Street. Let me begin by saying thank you to the town manager, to council, and to the Board of Education for putting together our community conversation last week. However, I was very disappointed in the lack of participation by the leaders of other faith communities in town. I know of at least 34 other churches that are in Enfield. At the community conversation, there were 3 clergy members present, and one of those was from Suffield. So tonight, I'm using this forum and my voice here and on YouTube for those people watching at home to ask the other faith leaders of Enfield to tell us where they stand regarding racism and white supremacy in our town. In the book of the prophet Micah, he says, "What does the Lord require of you to do? What does the Lord require of you but to do justice?" He doesn't say to hope for justice or to have a community conversation about justice. It says to do justice. So tonight, council, faith leaders, let us know if you follow your own scripture and will you stand with us in this town to do justice. At Enfield Congregational United Church of Christ, we have been having classes in the past teaching our people about white supremacy, systemic racism, and how to be anti-racist in this world. At this point in 2022, we can no longer just be not racist. We must do justice. We must be anti-racist. So I will not sit back as a faith leader. I will take my place and lead this conversation where I need to. And in the days and weeks ahead, we will be doing justice. Starting on Thursday, September 8th, we will begin a book study, How to Be Anti-Racist, by Ibram X. Kendi. Everyone is welcome to attend. Just let us know that you're coming so that we'll have enough books ordered. Also, I want to end by inviting all of you to our vigil that we will be holding this Wednesday evening. International Overdose Awareness Day is a global event held every August 31st, and it is aimed to raise awareness of overdose and to reduce the stigma of drug-related death. So this Wednesday, we will come together 7 p.m. to pray together and remember those people that we have lost this year. Before that, come at 6 p.m. and get information from our community partners that are going to be present. The Enfield Together Coalition, the Network Against Domestic Violence, Domestic Abuse, and Alex's Army Hidden in Plain Sight. These people suffering from addiction and mourning the loss of a loved one are your constituents. And I would love to see you there to support these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack.
Thank you. Jack Sheridan, 7 Buchanan Road, Enfield, Connecticut. First, the last time we voted on the public safety complex, I was for it. But times have changed, and that's why I'm against it now, because the money is tighter and the budget and everything's upset. The 401ks are down. It's just a tough time, and that's why I spoke against it. The other thing I wanted to ask was, you said there was like $300,000 for the roof on this building. What are you going to do with that? Is that money going to be applied toward the then price or cost toward the town and take it off of there? Because you've already approved that, right? You've already approved the money for the roof. So we need to recoup that. And there's something here that's been on my mind that I wanted to bring up regarding the school repairs that we did through the Siemens time when we did the audit on the schools. And what brought it to mind to me again, now this was in, I think, 2008, and I had provided a spreadsheet to everybody on the council, everybody on the Board of Ed, to try and report on the status of the so-called savings that we were promised by Siemens that would pay for all of those improvements. I have yet to see a report, and I've reminded councils over a period of time, and there's still no report. I've provided CDs with that spreadsheet, everybody on the Board of Ed, everybody on the council, but nothing. Based on the estimated savings analysis, there's a potential to fund $9,700,000 in facility upgrades, and this was over a 20-year contract. And what they said, and of course, we had actually done enough work on it where we could tell you what each square foot of every building costs to run and operate. John Gallagher at the time was the only person that asked. With all of that information, he asked, how did you get your arms around that number? We've been trying to do that for years. I mean, it took some time because you had to, include everything, heat, electricity, maintenance, everything. So what they had said was this was going to be paid for and guaranteed at a savings on existing operating budget. Does anybody know what that status is? Have we saved any money? If we haven't, then they're supposed to pay yearly for the difference that we didn't save. What brings this up is, I don't know if you saw the thing in the paper about Stafford Springs and how they went to geothermal, spent millions of dollars for geothermal, and guess what? It's not working. Well, at the time when we entered into this contract, I suggested, because I was afraid with all of these guarantees of money sliding around, that what if the company went out of business? Then we're holding the bag for something that we said we were going to make savings on, right? So I suggested we bond it, and we did. So now, that's what happened at Stafford, just so you know. So now the bonding company is being pursued to make the difference payable to the town of Stafford Springs. So that's what kindled all of my recollections of this thing, and I still need to find out what that is. Insufficient, if sufficient savings don't materialize, Siemens pays the difference, not Enfield. That's in the contract. So I just highlighted there's a whole lot of things in here, but I just wanted to highlight some of the things that how do we measure success? And then it talks about, guaranteed savings. We will meet or exceed program costs, thus eliminating the downside risk. And actual guaranteed savings, $700,000, terms 20 years. Siemens guarantees annual savings will pay 100% of annual costs. If not, Siemens will issue a payment to Enfield for any shortfall each and every year for 20-year term. So in summation, all I wanted to do was see what happened to the reports and who knows what the status is. Are we actually saving any money? Because, that was the whole intent.
Time's up. Jack? Excuse me, time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I can't get through it as fast as I used to, but
That was pretty good. You can come back.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. There we go.
Rob Kwasnicki, 123 Winwood Drive. Thanks for letting me come up here. Just so for the record, the pandemic had. I'm a small business owner, and I have a lot of clients with small businesses. The pandemic did absolutely nothing to my business. It was government action, particularly the state government's action. As a point of clarification, I know we like to blame the pandemic, but it was really, as I said, primarily the state government's actions as a reaction to the pandemic that caused a lot of the challenges for small business owners in particular. With all due respect to the commissioners of the Economic Development Commission, and I appreciate the hard work, and I know it's absolutely from a good place and wanting to help. I just find it somewhat frustrating that the very entity that has caused serious issues for my livelihood, and that's because of the livelihood of the small businesses that I relied on to provide services, that very entity I have to grovel back to and beg for some assistance. And I just want to point out, honestly, the best thing that town government can do, the state government can do, is just get out of our way. We know our businesses. And no offense, but none of you know my business, and you don't know my clients' businesses. Nor does Commissioner Turner know my business as well as I do, or hers, and also Mr. Strone. And I'm using their names. They're my friends. It's cool. Should probably call me and yell at me or text me that bad-mouthing her up here, which is good. But it's just for whoever's listening, it's just really a perverted form of our government, that government action hurts a business, and then they require you to grovel back and ask for help and assistance. And then it's not even just like, oh, okay, yeah, we really screwed you, but here's how you're going to have to, here's a little dance you're going to have to do to get the money to help you. We're going to dictate to you how you're going to use it. Now, I appreciate you guys letting me take up some of your time. I would not have to be up here complaining to you all if Jim Nasuda was sitting there, District 1, who would be my representative. So I hope we can get to that at some point, so I don't take up extra 3-5 minutes of your precious time, because I know how late you guys work here. I could just go right to Jim Nasuda and whine and complain like I'm doing to all of you. But I appreciate you listening to me, and I hope the people out in YouTube land, especially some of you who still have that American spirit, understand the absurdity of ARPA, even though it's well-intended, and the fact that government screwed you and is asking you to beg and have your money come back, and they're going to help out. And it's not some entity. It's people who are elected, like all of you, myself included, that I'm mocking. We're not better or smarter than the people sitting behind me. Just happened to win a popularity contest. That's all I did. That's all you guys did. I don't know your backgrounds, but I certainly, you couldn't have possibly been bestowed with incredible knowledge and intelligence just from winning an election. I know I haven't, and you can ask my wife. She'll vouch for that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Good evening. Lynn Kostek, 13 Teach. Lynn Kostek, 13 Teach Street, Enfield. 21 years ago, my family and I moved to this town, and it started where I wanted to be part of a wonderful town, because that's why we moved to Enfield. We thought the school system was supposed to be great. We thought This is supposed to be a great town, a lot of community, togetherness. And the longer I live here, the more I'm seeing, and I don't like it. I am a registered unaffiliated. And why? When I first came here, I went to the Republican town meeting and I went to the Democratic town meeting. I didn't like what I saw in either meeting. To me, it was disgusting what I saw in both meetings. And I said, I don't know how these people live with themselves on a daily basis, but that's their own thing. But anyways, what I'm trying to say to all of you is that you're supposed to be representing the residents of Enfield. You're supposed to be sitting there where children can look up to you and say, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to be. I want to be someone that's going to work with my community. I don't see it here at all. I don't see it on the town council. I don't see it on the Board of Education. It's just, this whole thing disgraces me. Well, now with that being said, I want to bring up an issue about roads. When we first moved here, yeah, the roads were pretty bad, and some of them got repaired. But what I find ridiculous is that here it is, I'm only here 21 years, and in that much time, the roads have to keep being redone and redone and redone, and it's the same doggone roads. And it's like, oh, come on. And I addressed this committee once before, this council once before, not you, but the council before. And I also said that you got to do something about the roads. And they're saying, oh, we have to take the lowest bidder. No, this lowest bidder thing doesn't work. The roads are terrible. Now, my street, Teach Street, is really bad. Yes, they redid the road. They destroyed the front lawns of all the houses on the street. 1/4 of everyone's driveway was dug into. Now, here it is many years later, and now I have a gap in my driveway about 1 inch. So now I got to go through the apron, over the hump that the town created to get into my driveway. Well, who's supposed to repair that? Me? I don't have the money to repair a driveway. It should never have been broken up in the first place. So now you're talking about money. Well, you want to know where money should go? Money should go to take care of your community, take care of these driveways that were ruined, these people's lawns that were ruined. And matter of fact, redo the doggone roads, because the potholes in the spring is just devastating. I mean, it's like you got to go through a maze in order to get from one area to another. And instead of taking the lowest bid, why can't you take, so what? It may cost a little bit more money, but go up the line, look, evaluate, look at their reviews before you take the lowest bidder, because the lowest bidder is not always the person that does the right job. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brandon Jewell. I reside at 1114 Gatewood Drive. I am in the leadership of Enfield Pride. We exist to promote community, fellowship, and support around lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer issues in the greater Enfield, Connecticut area. I attended the community conversation last week and was very grateful for the work done at the high school that night. However, we must not let the work end there. At the end of 2020, which is the last time we really have data, a study by the National LGBTQ Task Force indicates that Black trans people have a 26% unemployment rate. That's twice as high as the unemployment rate for transgender people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds, and 4 times as high as the unemployment rate in the general population. The study also found other shocking disparities. 41% of Black trans people have been homeless, more than 5 times the general population. 34% of Black trans people have household incomes less than $10,000, more than 8 times the general population. And nearly half of the Black trans population has attempted suicide. You may think that these statistics don't mean anything, but we have queer people living in Enfield who are scared. They are scared for their safety, and they are scared for their rights. This is exacerbated by a continuous stream of homophobic and transphobic speech coming from some of our elected officials. We are seeing more and more a growing chorus of voices that will push back against this hate. Therefore, we must come together to continue the conversation started last week, and we must ensure that the voices that want all of us to live in a beloved community are louder than the hate. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Peter Janitis, 3 Farmstead Circle. I usually like to sit back there and listen first, but my back is killing me. I was going to come here and play nice tonight, but something was brought up about these minutes and having an outside agency determine what's not going to be said. I hope our comments are all going to be in the minutes, or what you guys say on other topics. I think you left some very important comments that were left out with what went between Mr. Ludwig and the town manager. That's just incredible that you can't correct that. It's there for everybody to see, and you have an independent outside agency that left out comments made by the former mayor and the town manager. That is just absolutely incredible. Okay, you guys are the town council. You got elected to your individual seats for whatever reasons. You're here to represent the entire town of Enfield. Not this side just representing one part of your constituency and this side representing the other. You're supposed to be all working together. You may be diametrically opposed on a lot of ideas, and that's what local government's about. But you have a dichotomy here of supposedly some intelligent people. You've got to learn how to work together. The town charter, one of the things in that town charter is there to protect minority representation on this council, and the same on the school board. Whether that seat is filled by Jim or not, you're still going to have a majority, a supermajority. Agree or disagree on topics, but let the Republican Town Committee offer their candidate to fill that seat that was held by them. Just do it. Get it over with. There are things that you can work together on. There are things that you can't work together on. I know if I was sitting up there, I'd have a real big problem with a town assessor who's just gone off the rails in this town. You want to help businessmen? Readjust their assessment values. You got a town manager who's running this place like it was a strong mayoral style of government. She's supposed to be answering to you. You're supposed to be, she's there for your resources, you're supposed to give her some direction, not her giving you all the direction. There are decisions that have to be made, things that have to be addressed. You had things like the water pollution complex. We went through Enfield High School, JFK, now this police station, and the EMS situation is up for a vote. There's a lot of decisions that you're going to have to make, and you're not going to be in agreement on everything that you do. I mean, that's just a given. That's why we have two distinct political parties. I urge you to quit playing party politics and work together for all the residents of Enfield. They elected you not to decide for them, but to guide them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Himmler, 10 Hartford Ave. At the last town council meeting, there were some comments from the dais that were publicly humiliating the chair of the Enfield Cultural Arts Commission. And I think they were uncalled for. I think there needs to be some clarifications. That's what I'm here for. That was one of my subcommittees. I enjoyed it because I thought that the chair had shown, and you were on it with me, they showed she showed a lot of leadership. They were very organized. And if you look on the town website, their mission is, the purpose of the commission shall be to plan, produce, coordinate, or otherwise provide assistance to sponsors of events or activities, and to encourage participation therein which promote or develop the artistic, historic, cultural, and heritage resources of and within the community of Enfield. It's a small commission. There are 7 people. They don't have a large group, of volunteers to draw from. So I don't think it was fair for anybody to say, "Oh, you didn't do anything. You didn't take any of our suggestions." I just don't think that was fair. And I hope that you would reconsider, because I thought the chair did a great job. It was my subcommittee during the pandemic, so obviously there wasn't a lot going on in the town itself, but they still did a lot of work. They met every month. We met virtually, and they were still doing programs, and I thought they did a great job. They have a mini grant program, which is up to $500. They were very thoughtful on every project that came before them. They were very cognizant of taxpayer money, and that's why they weren't in favor of putting up murals on public buildings, because they were not public buildings, on private buildings, because it's public money. So I thought that was very thoughtful of them for the taxpayer, which is very important. So I just hope that, and another thing, the reason why there's a liaison from the town council is because the town council gives them money. Board of Ed does not give them any money, so having a liaison from Board of Ed I thought made no sense whatsoever. But that's already passed. The other thing is, which I thought was weird, because I was up on that dais for 2 years, and whenever there was a transfer, and correct me if I'm wrong, whenever there was a transfer, you guys discussed it, you voted on it. There was a transfer of $30,000 out of their account. I mean, if I'm not here in the audience, I watch it from my house. I don't recall that ever being there. So I'm hoping that someone will look into that, because it doesn't seem right to me. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Hi, Rob Anderson, 34 Bass Drive. I bought a notebook. The level of absurdity from a lot of you is amazing. Town manager allegedly mentioned, that she has a lot of political people in her phone. Do you have the Clintons in your phone? Okay, good, good. That means I'm safe. What district is Teach Street? Does anybody know? District 1. That's interesting. So, if that person wanted to talk to someone on the town council, she would talk to who? Because she's got nobody to represent her, right? That doesn't sound right. This has been discussed before. You said you were going to do something about it. You were sneaky in the way you answered. The way that you answered makes someone not want to trust what your intentions are. Doesn't matter what side of the fence I'm on, I shouldn't feel that way. I should be able to trust your intentions. I may not agree with you, but I should trust your intentions. And I don't. And that's a problem. Kelly mentioned the ECAC. I've seen the emails that went back and forth between you and the members of the ECAC. And I was shocked at the rudeness that you treated them with. It was sneaky, it's underhanded, and I think as time goes on, we're going to see that that's going to continue to happen. These meeting minutes that just disappear, but you have no control over that because it's outside contract. I find that hard to believe. Doug Finger, thank you. Thank you for being a reasonable person. I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but I gotta tell you, I trust you. For better or worse, I mean, that's big. That's all I got, you know? So, thank you for being you. Again, Jim Nasuda should be sitting there. Nobody else. Jim Nasuda. Thank you.
Okay, next. Is there anybody else that would like to come in front of the council? Yes.
Zach Zanoni, 6 Howard Street. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I wanted to correct the record of what I believe I found offensive. I'm an educator, and I'm a student, and there is a reason that people like myself reached out to this council to oppose his nomination. Because when I heard that there was an interview and that someone who is supposed to represent the highest body in this town could not give me a definitive answer on whether teachers are engaging in inappropriate behavior in our schools, I found that offensive. I find it dangerous. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. But people have the right to be acknowledged. I have the right to air my concerns to council about that, and to sit here and say that it's playing politics, because I think that that should be a disqualifier from being on this body, is offensive. I don't play politics. I've been with both parties. I have a routine record of disagreeing with both parties. And that's been known since I've been in politics. I've been in politics for 6-7 years, since I started high school. What happened with the minutes tonight? Thank you, Councilor Finger. There is no reason that the minutes shouldn't have been corrected. She said that on the record. I agree with what she said. I think it was bold, and I think it was important to be said. But it wasn't put in the minutes, and it should have been corrected. And I think there's no reason that we couldn't have taken that vote. When it comes to District 1, there are 10 other people on this body. I have reached out to everyone routinely on many things. And many of you, regardless of whether you're my counselor, John Santinella, Nip Hopkins, Matt Despard, you have all taken the time to respond to me. And I live in District 1. The world is not going to end because my counselor's not there right now. And I loved Joey Bosco. I just want to make that very clear. This is not about Joey Bosco, okay? I came from California, and when I was on my way to California, I almost totaled my car and killed myself and my father. And you know what? First thing I did was reach out to my grandfather so we can get in touch with Bosco so they could fix my car. This has nothing to do with Joey Bosco. This has everything to do with a statement that was made during an interview that I consider inappropriate, and I know many others did. And now, while they may not be here tonight, they were in the emails. People emailed, they spoke to council, and they opposed filling that seat with that individual. There were 3 applicants. One of them didn't even live in the district. I don't know why he applied. Another one already served in elected office in this town. They served, they were Republican, and they got along very well with the Republican Town Committee. I was a volunteer with them while she was on the Board of Education. And this council didn't consider to put that to a vote. So I agree that that seat should be filled. But you know what? There are other applicants that should have been considered, and it has been repeated perpetually. I know the deputy mayor has stated it, that they need to put forward another name, and they haven't done so. So if they would like the seat filled, they should fill it. I'd be happy to support a Republican in that seat. I live in a Republican household. They're the most important people in my life, the people that I live with. It's not about politics. It's about a statement that was made in an interview that is offensive. Thank you.
Yep.
Walter Cruzel, 21 Charlie Road. And please don't turn this mic off when you're done. Just leave it on all the time. It was said that he wasn't qualified for the seat. What makes any of you qualified? What makes those 2 qualified? The man's been in political office for 40-some years. He's got no qualifications for what he's doing in his job. None whatsoever. The seat was held by a Republican. That was the people's choice in District 1. Then it became vacant. The procedure is the party that the seat belonged to chooses its successor. One person. It's been like this for many years. It's been like this on the Board of Ed. The successor was brought to you, and it should have been a rubber stamp. I'm sorry, interview or not, the questions were inappropriate, but it should have just been a rubber stamp like it's been in the past. Mr. Mayor, you know that twice. We had a counselor over here that was rubber stamped in. It was a rubber stamp. Because you have to go by the people of the district who voted Republican. And then it's the job of the Republican committee to choose its successor. One person's always brought up, not three, never been three. Said that before. I wore this shirt on purpose today. I was on the building committee for the high school, where I served with Jim Nasuda. An excellent man, very qualified. That whole committee was very qualified. When I first got on in January of, I think it was 2013, I don't remember, it was said that we needed to get special legislation through the state to get fast-tracked for the high school. I picked up the phone. I emailed my representatives at the time, finding out that Representative Kiner at the time was on the Education Committee, worked with him until June of that year to get the fast track approved. Now, I being a Republican, he being a Democrat, didn't matter to me, but that was who I had to work with, and I worked with him, and he did the job. He then turned around the next election cycle and took credit for it, which is fine. He did the job, so he took credit for it, even though I brought it to him. But I served on the Board of Ed for 6 years, almost a year as vice chairman and 4 years as chairman. During the storage of some equipment from the high school, the weights, they were damaged by rust. It was said at the time that $30,000 was needed to replace it. I said, well, wait a minute. They're only cast iron steel. All they need is some sandblasting and some paint. I stepped up. I said, deliver them to my place. I'll get them sandblasted. I spent 4 or 5 weekends painting them, and I had them delivered. Saved us $30,000. Is what I was said by the superintendent at the time. I didn't do it for acknowledgement. I'm just saying it now, and I did it because I had to do it. It had to be done. So now it's your turn to do it. Vote Jim Nasuda as District 1. Period. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing. I apologize to the Register of Voters. They worked all summer on redistricting, and you won't even let the people vote on it. That's shame. That's very shameful. And I wish they were still here, but if they're watching, I apologize for the residents of the town that you worked all summer to redistrict, and it was only a few minor changes, but transparency.
Is there anybody else that would? Yep.
Hello. I'm Anne Marie Nasuda, spouse of Jim Nasuda at 44 Play Road. I've known this man for 15 years, married for 8. And it's a shame that the meeting notes from the Democratic interview that they proposed and had with Jim did not have all the answers correct. Jim was asked if the teachers had an agenda. The response was, none that I know of. The so-called interview, no one has ever had any correspondence from any periodical with my husband to ask him any questions specific to this election or appointment. So how this got twisted and turned around is baffling to me. Baffling. That words are being said about a man who's the most calm. I'm not. I'm a hot-headed Irish girl. He is a very calm person. He's a very loyal person. He's a very level-headed person. He values people. He loves this town. As Walter just said, he gave his time away from me, his boys, to help on the building committee that came in under budget, FYI, which most of you probably know. He worked tirelessly for this. There are some of you who have stood up for him. Some of you who could and should have said the right things about what those answers were that he provided to you, but none of you did. You let the press say things that he did not say. None of you reputed any of the things that you said he said, which he did not. So I just want to go on record, all my words, to be in the meeting notes, that I find this whole process deplorable.
Thank you.
Hi. Sandy Hayward, 22 Charnley Road. I grew up in Enfield and have two teachers that I remember really, really well. One was Mr. Celio at Kosciuszko Junior High, gave a little age there, and he taught civics. And civics was all about our government. It was all about our responsibility within our government. And I had a second teacher when I was a junior. I think her name was Mrs. Kokinius. And for me to remember those names shows you the impact that these teachers had on me. And she taught us about the history of our country. And we play acted what you guys are doing now. We play acted the founding fathers and how they created the Constitution. We play acted school boards and we play acted government boards, and she made it alive for us, and I have not forgotten that. So I retired and thought, let me start doing something for my town, because I haven't, been a terribly active citizen, and it's time. So I have been watching and I've been learning, and I do remember so clearly taxation without representation. That was one of the reasons they created the United States of America. That's one of the reasons our founding fathers created the Constitution, created the amendments to the Constitution. Every single citizen within a town has a right to be represented by someone in their district. Every citizen within a state. We elect our officials. We elect our officials. And Joe Bosco's seat was supposed to be filled. From what I've heard, again, I'm kind of new to all this, there was a person that should have been placed into it, that was put forward following the rules of this. I know some other stuff happened, but following the rules, Jim Nasuda was put forward to represent his district as part of the town of Enfield, the state of Connecticut, and the government of the United States of America. And it was dismaying to me. Douglas Finger, you were great that night. And I sat there and I watched you folks take out the person that was supposed to be put into place based on the rules and what had been done. I understand it's not written in the law from what I hear, and I was so dismayed. I was so disappointed in you all. I couldn't believe it. I just said, wow. I hear a lot of stuff about the country now, I'm making up my mind and all that, and I wasn't impressed. And I was dismayed, and I was saddened and disheartened that you left someone you left a whole part of the town without their representation. And it destroyed everything for me. I just thought, wow, this makes me so sad. So thank you.
We have 10 minutes left of public communications. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward? A second time? Okay, public communications are closed. Okay, next, item 8, Councilor Communications. Councilor Mangini.
Just want to make one comment. Tomorrow school starts. I would urge everyone to please be cautious. Watch school buses, watch children. They're going to be coming from all different directions, so just be careful out there. Thank you.
Councilor Finger.
Yes, in the past we've mentioned about safety for watching the kids as they're coming out of the school bus, roads. The saddest news I had to do the other day is I sold my Harley because I almost got crunched 2 Sundays ago. And this individual was on the phone doing this. And I pulled up to him and I said to this individual, I knocked on the window, I says, you almost killed me. He says, what do you mean? I says, you're on your phone, you're texting on your phone. He says, no, I wasn't. Oh, yes, you were, because you drifted right in front of me, almost crunched me. Good thing I was aware, pulled it back. That made my decision right there that my life is more important than riding a Harley. And it's a shame because a Harley Davidson to me is freedom. And it almost cost me my freedom. That's one of the things I want to say. People out there, please get off those phones. Pay attention to what you're doing. Watch out for motorcyclists, rigorous bicyclists on the side of the road. People just crossing the street. Nobody's stopping for anybody going across the crosswalks. It's just total ridiculousness out there that people are more focused on this than your life. That's the one thing I'm saying about motorcycles. I miss it. I'm going to buy a sports car. This other thing, too, is I want to thank those people thanking me. And Jim's in the audience, and his wife. I think, and I will look at every single one of you in your eyes, I think you all need to drop what you think. Put that man in that seat. I'm tired of people coming up here every week complaining that we don't have somebody in that seat. I told you before, we are not a council of 10, we're a council of 11. If they don't want to put nobody else forward, then fine, that's their choice. Our decision, our right thing to do is to fill that seat, because I'll tell you something, if it doesn't happen, I'm going to move over there myself.
Councilor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank everybody who attended the community conversation. I thought that was a really great event. Long event, but a great event. A lot of very, I think, important and heartfelt things shared. So I thank the town manager for organizing that. I hope that there are future events like this where people could come and speak candidly in a respectful way, that everyone's points of view are heard and listened to. And I also want to thank the Social Services Department for staffing the small group part of that. I'm sure there were some recommendations out of that I think the town can consider. One of them in the group that I was in, the education group, was how to attract a more diverse pool of teachers to Enfield to better serve students in Enfield who are not white. We really want a representative workforce. What that means may be some increased pay, but there are many more suggestions coming out of that I think we can all consider. So thank you, Madam Town Manager. The second thing is this District 1 opening. Lot of discussion on this, but I think it's important to understand the rule. What is the rule? The charter states that the council, by a majority, must seat an open position, an open town council seat with a member of that party. The rules past that are really customary, and they've fluctuated throughout the years. There have unfortunately been past instances where the majority party did not seat a caucus recommended town councilor. It was when the Republicans had the majority. So is that always the best thing? No, it should be taken. That decision should not be taken lightly. In this case, 3 candidates applied for this opening and were interviewed by the majority caucus, and were asked some basic questions and 2 a little more sensitive questions. The question I asked was, do you believe that Enfield teachers are grooming students? That is my question verbatim. Why did I ask that? Well, unfortunately, there are some pretty toxic conspiracy theories going around that Enfield teachers are molesting students. And I just about can't say that out loud, but it is a real thing. It is being used on the national level and in the state races. I could personally not accept somebody who can't answer that question, no. Do you believe that Enfield teachers are grooming students? No. It's an easy answer. If that were happening, it would be investigated by the state police. It would be a national story. That is not happening. People have looked into it. It's very important that that be put to bed. Because if we have somebody on the council who can't distinguish between basic fact and fiction, I'm very concerned about that. I do not know Mr. Nitsuda very well. I was not happy with his answer in that question, in that interview. The second question that was asked is, do you believe that the last presidential election we had was legitimate? Again, a very basic question of going to competence, whether you can serve an elected Democratic board. That's it. So the question I have here is, so just as a point of order, folks, I do want to have I appreciate it. I would really love to have some additional names put forward by the Republican caucus. There is precedent for this. Unfortunately, in past times, this has come up before. I would really want to fill this seat. District 1 deserves representation, but I personally cannot support somebody that can't answer that basic question. Conspiracy theories do not have a place on this town council or in our government. They really erode that in a big way. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilor Despard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take a second to remind everybody again that non-governmental employees who worked during the pandemic can go to ConnecticutEssentialWorkerRelief.org and apply for up to $1,000 in premium pay. So these are your private healthcare employees, your grocery store clerks, anyone who worked during the pandemic. There's funds out there, and I really hope that we make use of them. My second thing is, several people have talked about the community conversation. I'm proud of our town for having that, and I'm delighted to hear so many people want to continue that conversation. A specific plug: there's a group that I work with, Enfield Surge. We're actually having a Zoom meeting tomorrow night at 7 p.m. For anyone who's interested, you can go to Enfield Surge on Facebook. We're going to try to continue that conversation there. And then finally, I will say we are ready and waiting to seat somebody to District 1 when the Republican Town Committee can give us other names. Unfortunately, the person they put up did not have the votes to be put on, and we would love to nothing more than to seat somebody to that district. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Scala.
Thank you. First, good luck to all the kids and I guess parents tomorrow, first day of school. I'm sure there's a lot of excitement and maybe some anxiety surrounding that, but I think it's going to be a great year, so I'm very excited. And on that same note, through the mayor to the town manager, since school is starting, if we could get an update soon-ish about some of the security updates in the schools, what's for public consumption, obviously, that we can sort of share for parents and the community members, that would be great, because I know that there's been some stuff going on and some conversations surrounding that. So if we can get an update about the school security, that would be great. Community conversation, I also attended that, not to belabor the point, but thank you very much to our town manager for spearheading that and making that happen, our social services, and all of our community leaders who showed up, Chief of Police. I think it was a wonderful event, and I hope it's just the first of many that we have. Regarding the minutes, we didn't prevent the minutes from being amended. All needed to happen is that whoever wanted to amend the minutes needed to indicate what they wanted the amended minutes to say. So if they had what they wanted the minutes to say, they just needed to put that forth. We didn't prevent those items from going into the minutes. And to the same token, the town manager does not control the minutes. We do have somebody who does them individually and as a consultant. And lastly, the District 1 candidate, listen, we're not the ones that are holding this up. And I understand that there has been a long history of vacancies up on this board and at the Board of Ed. And there's not one fast and only one way that this has been done, okay? There has been times where people have been blocked. There's been times where people have been accepted no matter what, and there's been times where we've been told, or the other party has been told, give us several names, we'll tell you who we're okay with. We're not holding this up, and that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ludwig.
I'm just going to say I respectfully disagree with that, but to the mayor, to the town manager, I know tomorrow we chatted about the stop out at Columbia. Can we just, with the Columbia with the dogs, the issue, can we just make sure a formal request goes to the superintendent that we look in maybe changing that because of the issues that are having with the dogs that are getting out. The stop is right next to the house where they're having the issue. So if we could have that tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a few comments that I'd like. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Ungar. Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Anne Marie for coming and speaking. I am disappointed to hear that Jim's comments were misrepresented, so I'm very surprised to hear that. But thank you for coming forward. I did attend the community conversation. I had to leave early for a myriad of reasons, but I did get to go and hear much of it. But I was disappointed that I wasn't included in on any of the conversation to get that ball rolling. I heard council was included in on that conversation. I was never approached or asked to participate in any of that planning in any way, and I would have liked to have done that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a few comments to make. First of all, I'd like to welcome back all the teachers, administrators, the staff. Students start school tomorrow. All the parents are raring to go, getting their kids ready for the first day of school. It's an exciting time. We're past the point of the pandemic. I think students are eager to move forward. I know the staff and everybody is ready to go. There's one thing I do want to mention. School buses are out on the road. One thing that has to be a big safety issue is a lot of people, once they see a school bus and those lights start, there's many times where people will avoid waiting, doing the right thing, but they'll blow by a school bus with their lights on. Just a reminder out there that fine's pretty expensive now. I believe it's $475. So I just want to remind everybody of the safety of our students. So when you see a school bus, slow down and stop, please. I just want to just mention that. One other thing that I do want to mention in regard to our school personnel, we have a former coach, a former teacher. Cookie Brumage is being inducted into the National Field Hockey Hall of Fame, and that's quite an accomplishment. I did want to recognize her tonight in stating that. I also had the pleasure going to Employee Recognition Day. Steve, Belinda, and your staff, I want to thank you very much for all the time and effort that you had put in. Thank you. It was a great event. Talked to many employees that were out there, and thanks. I just want to state that for the record. Also, did a couple of new police officers. Officer Nick Ferracci and Officer Carlos Perez are now new members of the Enfield Police Department, so we welcome them to Enfield also. I also had the opportunity and the privilege to speak at the Eagle Scout Court of Honor ceremony, in which I was invited to attend. So I want to congratulate the following young men: Tyler Druin, Ryan Miller, and Aaron Ryan for their accomplishments. Once again, I know people had made mention about the community conversation. I thought the facilitator was awesome. The focus was called cultural humility. And, when they talk about you expect respect, we can do much better, be much better. It's a start for our community. It was something that maybe was long overdue. I want to extend my thanks to everybody that was involved in this community conversation. It is just a start. Our community is changing. All right, I mentioned this in my short little opening speech. 23% of our population in town is people of color, and it's changing. So with change, we also have to change. I'm not going to break down into the percentages, but, so it was a start. Another thing that we're going to be discussing so that everybody can have a little heads up is the crisis of opioids. I will be attending Wednesday night, the awareness of, drug addiction, the crisis of opioids. Once again, it's a community effort. I was going to get into a little spiel about, panhandling and giving a little advice, in regard to that. There's just a lot of things that are out there. But I just wanted to mention a few things. Now, I also want to give a shout out to the participants. There's a lot of people in Enfield this past weekend that took part of the Dream Ride event, and this is for Special Olympians. I have to state that our athletic director, Corey O'Connell, not only our athletic director, but he's head of our family consumer sciences, volunteered his time being a host to a Special Olympian driving around town. It's people like him who make a little difference in people's lives. So I just wanted to give him a little shout out, and also I'm going to give a special shout out to Donald Crabtree, who is part of our safety officer here in town. And he did a fantastic job all weekend at that event. So I wanted to say thank you to them. In regard to District 1, do we want to see this seat filled? Absolutely. As my fellow councilor, Joe Bosco, says, you need 6 votes. If we had 6 votes, that seat would have been filled. Back in June, I asked the council not to do the vote. The vote was done. Jim did not get selected. We did not have 6 votes. We don't have 6 votes today. We had asked our party, Republican Party, numerous times to come up and give us another candidate. We have 2 people that are on this council that live in District 1. They could have volunteered themselves. They have chose not to. We didn't bat an eye on that. But now it's our problem. So, do I want the seat filled? Absolutely. In order to get the seat filled, we need 6 votes. That's all I have to say on that.
Clear, one of us would have had to resign our seat to get put back on. And if you think I'm going to trust what's going on now to resign, they get put back on, sorry. Okay, that's the process. So this is just silly games. This is just silly. So that's all I'm going to say. Again, I want to make sure I answer that question.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will be moving on. Town manager report.
Yes, good evening. Earlier tonight in the special meeting, we did have an update on ARPA funds, and I think for those in town who might be watching, again, to reiterate quickly, we received approximately $13 million. We've allocated a large amount of that through the budget process. We have given $250,000 for small business assistance, $200,000 for nonprofit assistance, which has not yet been launched. Due to the significant cost savings that we saw with the Barnard and the ESS parking lots, we are returning $508,000 to the ARPA fund The remaining balance that was previous was about $450,000, so we're back up. Tonight you have 3 expenditures that are being proposed. That would bring us down to about $880,000, which is still a very robust number for the town council to consider other needs within the community that could be funded through those purposes. So again, just to reiterate, $966,529 is currently in the account. If you approve the 3 items tonight, it would bring you to $880. Those need to be dealt with over the next 18 months and then have the entire ARPA process concluded by December of 2024. There is a chance that additional projects will see cost savings and would also return to the fund. There is also the chance that there might be a few projects that have a slight overage that would need to be adjusted as well. But for right now, after the vast majority of these funds being allocated, I think that we're in pretty good shape, and a lot of these projects of which you infused ARPA funds are happening at a rapid rate. So it's a very good situation to be in the first quarter of the fiscal year. The second item that I wanted to just touch on is that the community conversation did go well, but there are other topics, as many of you suggested, that we look at. One of the ones that has come to the forefront is the opioid crisis, and it's not just pills, it's alcohol, it's the combination of heroin, and it's really the emergence of fentanyl in the community. This is happening everywhere, not just in Enfield, but there's been a lot of Narcan saves. All of you are CC'd on that. We've had a significant amount of overdose deaths over the course of the last 7 months, and I think it's something that from a family standpoint, a stigma standpoint, community standpoint, and identifying resources would probably be the most likely of the next community conversation once the natural course of the community conversation on race, diversity, equity, and inclusion continues, but then finds a home, probably with Kite, which is opting to do this big project starting this year. So just to keep that in the back of your mind and to identify any type of resources or themes that you think we should follow, I would like to see that happen before the holidays. Traditionally, for people who are either struggling to get into recovery or stay in recovery, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's is known as the Bermuda Triangle in recovery. It's extremely difficult for people, it's difficult for their families, and it's something that we have to really work towards. So I think it would be beneficial to have a conversation in that time frame. Moving on quickly, we are putting together a plan that will not violate the premise of which Attorney Ritter talked about in terms of the public safety complex. We do believe that the price that was given, in addition to what Mr. Wilcox talked about today, will most likely hold. I did speak with Mr. Nunes earlier today. He assured me that the price that was sketched out, as well as validated by Silver Petroselli in a very design stage oriented, was very high-end material. So whatever the market fluctuations are, we probably can realize a lot of significant savings based on the fact that we can do and use different materials. That plus the fact that the roof component, what was allocated for the public safety complex, could also be used against that amount as well. So we are working on that. And I think the last piece to Deputy Mayor Sakala's point, we are going to have something to be released to you based on work that's been done over the summer. I can tell you that we've had a team of school security, police, and building and grounds. They have gone to all the schools. Each visit has taken between 3 and 4 hours based on the intensity of the detail that has to be documented in terms of everything that they're looking at. I don't feel comfortable making the decision about what's released versus isn't released, but I know that the report is in process. It will probably come here in some form, but it will also go to the joint security and executive session as has been handled in the past. And then last, there's a lot on your table for all of these things, both past, present, and what you have to look for in the future. A distraction about a set of minutes from August 8th really is not something that you should have to deal with. I was probably remiss because I quickly looked at the minutes. There's another typo on page 5 that I just looked at, but I would like to ask your indulgence in order to modify page 6 and bring that back on as a motion. If somebody could make a motion to bring back the minutes, we could modify them simply by saying on page 6, first paragraph should be modified to reflect that Councilor Finger and Councilor Mangini with the statement there. A second paragraph could be inserted that simply would say, a motion to be made to modify the minutes to reflect that the town manager, Zapo Sasu, reflected that Mr. Talarita had invited her to the event, that she attended because the congressional majority leader of the United States Congress was present in Thompsonville, and that in the past she has supported Congressman Courtney through the role that he played in her previous employment at the Connecticut Pharmacists Association via TRICARE, PBMs for pharmacy benefit transparency, and many other items. That would be the motion, and I would encourage you to accept it so that the minutes could accurately reflect that, as well as the typo on page 5, where the citing counsel should be spelled correctly with an S and not a C. Thank you. They have to do that first. They're going to do it.
So I'd like to make a motion to bring back the minutes.
Councilor Deputy Mayor Sakala, second.
That wasn't me. That was Lori.
Oh, Lori, Councilor Ungar, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think you're going to have to say that.
So you have to vote on bringing the minutes back to the table, which I believe is the motion that was just made. Okay.
So all in favor? Is
Well, hold on, we have the discussion.
You have to have the discussion first.
Yes. You have to make a motion, you have to have a second, and then there's discussion on the motion.
Okay.
Sometimes
Well, it's already seconded.
Just for the record, that's
Discussion.
exactly what you said that night. I kind of heard it differently, but just, that's fine, it's for the record. Because I'd love to go back and watch the tape, but I guess I didn't, my bad. Yeah,
That's the courtesy of having that was something that
yeah, fair, okay.
You could feel free to modify it any way you would like, but that's the method. First, bring back the motion and have discussion. If you're going to have the motion on the table, it can then be modified. You can use what I said, and it could be encapsulated via the video that the...
Just as a point of order, I suggest we move on. It's quite late. I mean, does anybody?
Well, we have a motion on the table right now. So,
I already voted against it.
Okay. All right, then we're
Okay.
good. Okay.
Then-
So then just do, we have to do all in favor, just nobody votes for it?
Right, just
Yes.
nobody vote for it.
all in favor of the motion to modify the minutes? No.
Okay.
No. Against.
But that is the process.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, we do have two other brief components. We have a brief report from the Assistant Town Manager, and we have a brief report from the Town Attorney, both of which appear under my report.
Point of order, I think you just need to reflect how many votes you had to approve that, for the record.
0-10.
All right. Good evening. I have good news tonight. So back in March, I came forward to you guys to ask for a waiver for one of our positions, the accountant position in the finance department, because the person in that position that we temporarily put there did not have the requisite educational requirement to satisfy the job description. And I only asked for a temporary waiver that would expire on September 15th because if she did not get that degree that she needed, then she would have been out of luck. And I give her a lot of credit for leaving one union to go to another union with no safety net, because if she didn't pass or get her degree, she would have been out of luck. Well, I'm happy to say I have her transcripts here. She did get her master's degree in accounting, 3.87 GPA and master's degree in accounting. So congratulations to Danielle Musi, who's now the accountant in the finance department. That waiver can expire with no effect at all with to any employee.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Attorney Tallberg.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, briefly, two quick announcements. First, 2 weeks from Thursday, September 15, we are going to have a land use workshop co-sponsored by the Office of the Town Attorney and the Development Services Department, Lori Witten, and staff from our office for, it's basically just a refresher regarding basic legal concepts applicable to our volunteers who serve on land use boards. The save the date already went out a couple of weeks ago. It's going to take place in the room down the Skidico room at 7 p.m. And this is just, I think, a 1 hour primer to get all of our land use volunteers ready for January 1, 2023, under Public Act 21-29, there's mandatory land use training. They're going to have a 4-hour block. So this is a primer for that will lead into the more formal training that we'll be doing next year. And then secondly, you've heard over the past 3 years reports about the WPCA upgrade, the facility, and one of the last pieces of the puzzle is the earthen berm with sheet pile in it that we have been waiting and haggling with Amtrak to get approval for because it is partially on their property in the right-of-way near the track. We learned this morning that on Friday they finally approved the plan, and so we're one step closer. We're hopefully going to have that berm in that will protect against the 100-year flood, and that will allow the town to finally finish the project by the deadline of December 31, 2022, and that's all.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Tolbert. Okay, 10, report of special committees of the council. We have a couple. The first one is just a brief report from the Leisure Services Subcommittee. I will just very briefly touch base with everybody in regard to what we had discussed. We had 3 really items up on the for our meeting. One was the resurfacing of the pickleball courts over at Twain. There was an option where we could resurface the tennis courts, or at this point in time start thinking about replacing them. And there's a big difference in the amount of money that we would have to use in order to resurface as compared to redo the actual programs, the courts. And that would be the resurfacing, and then the also capital improvement with lights. So the surface with the concrete and redoing those courts is going to be coming to close to $300,000. If it was a blacktop, it would be $200,000. The lights to do on those courts are $67,000, and then the resurfacing of the tennis courts, which is approximately $9,500. So that was one thing that we had discussed. The other thing that we discussed was the disc golf, which was a presentation by Goldie Disc Course Designs, and this would be a 9-hole course. And they're looking at different parts in Enfield to put this course up, and it's something that we really have to think about. They're looking at possibly Lafayette Park, possible the area across from the transfer station to put that in. And I think the approximate cost, I believe, was between $6,000 to $7,000. So that was the other thing. And then the third thing that was brought up was outdoor fitness stations, which was really brought up by our athletic recreation director, Allison Alberghini, and it's called Fitness Court. And it's a 7-movement full-body workout. And there's some information that I can share with you. It's a national grant funding award of $30,000, which would defray the cost of this. But the actual concrete slab and the project to get everything is approximately $135,000. And so I can get into that a little more, but for time purposes, those were the 3 big main items that we were discussing. And the 7 full body movements would be core, squat, push-ups, lunges, pulling activities, agility, and bend. And they were thinking about probably the best area would be over at the annex to go along with the recreation department. So that's what was discussed. We will continue discussing that, and that's my report. And then report from General Government and Finance Committee. Deputy Mayor Scala.
Sure, thank you. So General Government and Finance met a couple of weeks ago. We had a really, really good meeting. Normally it's Councilor Santinella, myself, and Councilor Ludwig, and Assistant Town Manager Steve Belinda, and honestly, it's one of my favorite subcommittees. But we have a couple recommendations coming out of this subcommittee, and for use of ARPA funds. The first one would be for the Social Services Mental Health and Wellness Coalition. You guys have information in your packets regarding that, and we did discuss that. It's $25,000 of a one-time cost. I know Cindy Guerrieri is here if anybody has additional questions for her, but it is sort of social services organization structure, which will focus on sort of an approach for all of their work. So that will be one of the items. Another one would be $10,000 per year for a social services discretionary fund. And this is, we discussed sort of this fund in order to allow people and individuals who do need just a little bit of a help, say they need to go get an ID and they can't come up with the funds to go get an ID, that the social services can help them with that, or summer camp, or a field trip, activities, things like that. So these one-time costs for either people or families who need a sort of a little bit of help there. So that would be a $10,000 discretionary fund for that. And then the last one would be $50,000 or up to $50,000 for an independent contractor grant writer, which is probably worth its weight in gold, considering we believe that there is a ton of, hopefully, money that is up for grabs that Enfield wants to be first in line for. So the recommendation from our subcommittee, and Mike and John, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are behind these. And I know that there is sort of a resolution. Do I need to read that, or does the mayor need to read that, or is it hand vote, or do we not vote at all?
It is a resolution, so it should be read for the roll call vote.
Would you like to do that, or did you want me to do that?
Do it now. Where is it?
Be it resolved.
Yeah. Do you want me to do it? It's under the general government and finance one.
Oh, that one. Okay. Be it resolved that the Enfield Town Council does hereby allocate up to $85,000 from ARPA funds in accordance with the above recommendation. From account 2454-000046-0004, $25,000, the ARPA grants COVID federal fund to the ARPA Social Services Mental Health Coalition. From the ARPA grants COVID federal, $10,000, and that would go to the ARPA miscellaneous expense. And from the ARPA grants COVID federal, $50,000 to ARPA other professional services. They prepared August 26, 2022, prepared by Ellen Zapusasu.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini, a second. Deputy Mayor Sakala. Any discussion? Yeah, Councilor Pisner.
I just have a question on the grant writer. I mean, I'm not against having a grant writer come in, but I think this should be a position that, I mean, we want to see it pay for itself. And I think it should be capped. Okay, so is this a contracted position, or is this somebody who's going to be getting benefits? Or, no, so it's a contractor, period. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, we're good.
Making sure. I just want to make sure that it's capped at this and that it needs to pay for itself.
Yes, is not to exceed 50,000. Okay, all right, great. All right, okay, we'll vote. Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini? 4. Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungar? 4. Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
4.
10 in favor, none against.
Okay, next, item 11, discussion concerning the appointment of special counsel for the purpose of conducting a review of the assessment and reevaluation process and to take actions as necessary. I'm going to read be it resolved that the Enfield Town Council does hereby approve the recommendation to retain Bertram Moses, PC, and to authorize the town attorney to negotiate the fee and timeline utilizing the proposed scope in the attached memorandum of understanding.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini.
Second.
Second, Councilor Despard. Yes, Councilor Finger.
All right. Agreed. This is not a memorandum of understanding. All right? A memorandum of understanding is a signed agreement between two or more parties. How about now? Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that. This is not a memorandum of understanding. This says draft memorandum of understanding items for tax assessment review. These were the questions we submitted forward. A memorandum of understanding is a type of agreement between two or more parties that expresses a convenience of will be between the parties and indicating, in other words, it's supposed to be something where you got two or more parties, they have these issues, they come to agreement, they write it down, that's a memorandum of agreement because you have to have signatures on it to understand that. And this is not that. So the other issue I have is the resolution. The highlights. We'll start off with that. Okay, it says the review will consist of, but not limited to, the list of questions attached. That's this. This is a list of questions. Doesn't say the memorandum attached, MOU attached. All right, that's the other thing. Now, recommendation to hire the firm of Bertram Moses, PC. I'm sorry, we haven't even voted yet. We haven't even voted yet on this. How can you put something on here that we haven't even voted yet? How do you know you're going to have the six for this? Any of you up here, from that end all the way down to you. How do you tell me that you can put something on here and we haven't even voted yet on this? You want to know why? Because you're playing games again. This is ridiculous. This should not be done this way. This is not a memorandum of understanding. This is not the proper resolution. This thing should be torn up and thrown away, and we should be doing this over again. This is, and I can't believe this even came through the offices up here. This is ridiculous. And what upsets me the most is I've done hundreds of MOUs, MOAs with the town of Enfield as a president of this union for a lot of things that happen and for people's jobs, security, agreements with private contractors doing work. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't see any signatures. I don't see any parties involved. It just says a draft MOU items for tax assessment. Again, the highlights don't even state that. And neither does the recommendation to hire somebody. Now, I thought we were going to have somebody on the council, or two, one from each party, to be the contact persons along with the town attorney to conduct the firm that we were to vote on tonight. It's getting out of hand. This is really getting out of hand. The taxpayers deserve better. They deserve better from us, from me, from all of you, everything. The taxpayers are... It's just another shit show. That's all I have to say.
Councilor Ungar.
I wanted to say that based on public trust, we voted no for this particular firm at a previous meeting, and we were told that there were no connections at all to anybody on any of these dais, that there was none. And then we found out that there was a connection. There's several connections, and we were told that there weren't any. So voting for Bertram Moses is a total disregard to the Enfield taxpayers.
Councilor Pisner.
Again, I have to agree with Councilman Finger. This is getting out of hand. We had a special meeting. We interviewed 3 attorneys. Tonight was supposed to be a vote. But once again, there's no transparency, and we're just supposed to be told what to do. You know, I wanted a seat up here for probably 30 years. And I didn't run because my husband worked for the town. Finally got the way to run, and I'm sitting up here. And I knew it was going to be hard work. Trust me, I knew. What I didn't know was the games. And you're talking to somebody who doesn't play games, not even a board game. But that's just what this has turned into. Backroom deals and board games. This is not the attorney of my choice. And we all have a voice. I know some people here don't think we do, but we do.
Yell a little louder. I will. Yeah. No back and forth. Out the window, too. You're out of order. I'll be out of order anytime. Leave. We've got the meeting election.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Order, please. Deputy Mayor Scala.
Thank you. So regarding this, Doug, I actually agree it's not a MOU, but I'm not really sure that in the end that would prevent a vote. It is a list of questions. I know there are several other councilor members who did say that they would have additional questions. So I think those will all be submitted, and we're going to have a conversation with whichever attorney we hire on how this is going to go. That being said, I don't know what connections people are talking about, but if you're talking about conflicts of interest, we should probably educate ourselves on what a conflict of interest is, and this firm has no conflict of interest to take this case. That has been told over and over again, and I'm not going to continue to entertain people who think that there's a conflict when there is not. Secondly, there is supposed to be a vote tonight, and nobody is telling anybody how to vote. You're free to vote however you want, because we all do have 10 equal votes here. 10 equal voices. Nobody is telling you to vote for, against. You're going to do what you want, and I am sorry if you don't feel like you have a voice, but you have a vote. Vote yes or no. Thank you.
Councilor Ludwig.
I'd like to make an amendment to replace Bertram Moses with Officer Lloyd Langhammer.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion on the table for, could you please repeat that?
To replace the name of Bertram Moses with the Officer Lloyd Langhammer. It's been seconded.
Second.
For the recommendation,
Sorry,
correct.
on the recommendation.
For the recommendation, correct.
Sorry about this stupid thing.
Okay. Wait for a vote.
Any discussion?
Any discussion on this? Yes.
Okay, first of all, it's very late. I'm cranky, very tired. But there's one point that I need to make here. Our town attorney, whom we put our faith and trust in, as we should, had vetted out law firms, came back with what he, in his legal opinion and expertise, deemed to be a good choice. But that wasn't acceptable to members of this council. So we go out and we interview others. And now I thought we're going to vote for the one that our attorney had suggested, recommended. Now we've got another one. And you know what? That's okay if that's what you want to do. You talk about game playing. But what I'm taking offense to is the disrespect and the drama that's going on with the slapping on the dais, with the screaming and the pointing fingers that oh, this law firm has connections. There's no connections. We've already discussed that. So my point here is that I need to get it out that I'm really, really getting sick and tired of all the drama, the finger pointing. We have a very competent, qualified, exceptional staff. I'm proud to be working with them, and I'm going to stand behind them every inch of the way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This tax assessment issue is a very important one. There have been, I don't know, 100 people have talked about this issue in the last month alone. It's a huge issue. It affects the entire town, and there's a significant amount of money in play. An investigation needs to happen. I want to support something that gets it done. I don't want to get in a situation where we have a gridlock and no investigation could go forward. I wrote most of the questions in this proposed, called an MOU, called a list of questions, as well as the scope. I think this will be sufficient to cover the questions that have been raised and are previously included in a memo coming from the BAA. I have a lot of concerns about whether our assessor actually followed the law here. I have some additional policy concerns about whether, what's going into assessment in the town of Enfield. Are we assessing too much, and does that cross the line? I think these questions and this particular resolution cover that, but we need a law firm that 6 people will vote for. That's where I'm coming from here. We don't want gridlock on this. This has to move very quickly, and these questions have to be answered. Currently, there are 22 of them. They're fairly comprehensive. I'm sure others will be added, and I hope they are, because there shouldn't be questions that are excluded from this. It needs to be transparent, but it has to happen. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Finger.
So you're missing the point. It is not the point of having 6 votes for to hire a law firm. The point is, when we met at that meeting to interview everybody had their choices, and not all of them were spread out between all 3 law firms. Okay? So that's what tonight was supposed to be about. The voting of which one we're going to use. Now, if 6 votes went with Beecham and Moses, thank you, then that's how it happened. Then you have to accept that. But you've already pre-planned what is going on. That's why I'm upset. It's because we did not have a voice of which ones. You could say you could put somebody in there. No. Read it right there in black and white. It already has their name on there. I don't care if I voted for them or not. You're taking away my right to have that vote of the way it's supposed to have gone down, not just what was on this piece of paper. When I saw that name on a piece of paper, I'm like, well, wait a minute. That night, was it Longhorn, right? Langhammer, thank you. Longhorn, that's a steakhouse. There was more points per tally up that our mayor did than any other ones. Remember, he tallied up numbers. He tallied them up. And that one had more points. So it's not the point of not trusting or distrusting anybody. It's the point of doing things properly and doing it right. That's why I'm up here, to get things done right. This is not right. And right now there's a motion on the floor to exchange names. I say that the motion, and I apologize, Mike, for this, but the motion should be to remove the whole name totally, not put anybody in there till the vote goes down. I think that's the right way, that's my opinion anyways, the right way of doing it. You don't replace with somebody because there's 3 law firms we're voting on tonight.
If I may, point of order, that is what you're doing. You're debating a motion on the floor, and there's an amendment you have to vote up or down first.
Right.
And you're having that discussion, Councilor Finger, about which name, and then you'll get to vote.
Right. So, but still, this name should not be on here right now.
Councilor Ungar.
Right, Doug, I agree with you. An assumption was made before the vote.
Yes. That's why I'm upset.
All right, we're going to vote on the amendment right now. All in favor of Attorney Langhammer? Okay. All right. Yeah.
Wait a minute, what you want to say is, that's to replace the name on the paper? Correct. All right, so,
Yeah, that's
Yeah, right.
that's
So
what
make
we're
sure.
doing right now. That is correct. Right.
So do it again.
and all those,
Could you raise, yes, that Attorney Langhammer would be replacing the name on here, it would be the amendment.
okay,
Okay?
well, good.
All right, thank you.
You have to do it again.
And against? And abstentions? Okay.
And I'd like to make a motion that we remove the name of Birchman Moses.
What
and we
would the,
can-
just for the
hold on,
record,
hold on.
I saw 3, and then I saw 6, and Counselor Finger, did you vote?
I thought I did, maybe, did I raise my hand? I thought I
No.
did. You did. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm with the ones about not putting his name on here.
7-3.
I'm sorry, I thought I did. I didn't?
7-3.
So that amendment fails.
Shit. See, how much is getting upset about this?
So just as a point of order, Councilor Finger, were you making a second motion?
Yes, I am. I'm making a second emotion. Emotion. I'm saying I'm getting emotional. I'm making a second motion to remove under recommendations to hire the firm of Bircham Moses
Bircham.
PC to conduct the independent review and leave it blank until the vote is done tonight. That's my motion.
Point of order, you had an RFP, you had 3 firms interviewed, and you want to choose none of them? Is that?
No, we're supposed to be here voting on one of those 3.
So just
Point of
just
order.
as a
Point
as
of
a-
order, I think we are voting on them.
So a motion has been made. Is there a second of the motion?
Well, no, I don't want to. But the point is, I want, that, his name should not already be on here.
There's no second. So the motion fails.
I don't understand what I'm seconding. I thought we were just going to name. Moses, raise your hand.
Well, that's the original motion. He's making his own amendment right now, and he needs a second.
So-
So if he doesn't have a second, we move on.
I'll second, just to see what you're, because I think what you're trying to do
Okay.
is to actually have a choice of one of the, all three lawyering firms within that, part of
Right.
the resolution.
Because we did not settle that night we met downstairs of saying which one was going forward.
Counselor Finger, I just want to caution you about executive session. You can't act in executive session. That's why you're voting here tonight, and that's why you didn't do it at the executive session 2 weeks ago. This is the vote that's on the floor.
This is what we're voting for right now.
Let me just help you out with this. Do whatever you guys want.
Okay, so
Okay.
we had a second. Seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Now we withdraw
All
the
right,
motion.
so the motion failed. Okay. Now we will, all right,
The
so,
amendment failed.
For the record, the motion to amend made by Counselor Finger failed
Failed.
because it didn't have a second. You still have the main resolution on the floor. It's been seconded. You're still discussing it.
Yeah, so yeah, we're on the same, we're on the.
we're on the main motion right now.
So I'd just like to, so we're discussing, Bob. Can I
Yes,
just,
go ahead.
can I say, yeah, so, I agree with Counselor Hopkins. In the interest of expediency, we need to go with a law firm that has the support, and that is what I am prepared to do tonight. I'm prepared to support the main motion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other counselor comments? I think we're ready for roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini?
Main motion.
Counselor Pisner?
Against.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungar?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crissati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
Against.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
Against.
Six, 4, 4 against.
Okay, moving on to consent agenda. We have 4 items that are up there. Items 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there any issues with any of the items under the consent agenda? If no one has any issues with that, by show of hands, and all in favor of the 4, raise your hand. Against? Or, okay, so 10 in favor, none against on the consent agenda. Appointments, inland wetlands. A vacancy exists due to the resignation of Carrie Ann Howe. Replacement will be Phil Kober until 6/30/2023. Just let me get rid of this here. Okay. Okay.
Do you have to make a motion to untable this? No?
No, this is town council appointed, inland, we're on B, Inland Wetland Watercourses Agency, okay? All right, a vacancy exists due to the resignation of Carrie Ann Howe. Replacement will be Phil Kober until 6/30/2023. By show of hands, all in favor? Looks like we're 10 in favor, none against. Number 2, Central Region Tourist District, to appoint Julie Cotner as representative to the Central Regional Tourism District for a 3-year term. All in favor? Against? Anyone? Doug, was your hand up, Doug?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so 10-0 on that. C, appointments, town manager appointed, council approved, none. Appointments, P&Z Commission appointed, council approved, none. And we move to discussion resolution, item E, request of transfer of funds for the final cleanup of 33 North Street for $50,000. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made from capital and non-recurring funds, school paving, construction services, $50,000, to capital non-recurring fund, arch engineering, construction services, $50,000. Date prepared August 22nd, 2022. Prepared by Don Nunes, Director, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini, and second, Deputy Mayor Sakala. Any discussion on this? Sensing none, roll call.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungar?
4.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ledwick?
4.
10 in favor, none against.
Item F, discussion resolution to authorize the reduction of property maintenance fees for 15 Till Street. Be it resolved that the Enfield Town Council hereby waives the $72,699 in property maintenance fees for the 3 property maintenance violations that have been corrected at 15 Till Street, and be it further resolved that the town manager and her designee is authorized to execute a release of the property maintenance lien referenced above, date prepared August 29th, 2022, date prepared by the Office of Community Development.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini, and a second, Councilor Ungary. Any discussion on this? Councilor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just briefly, this is a recommendation coming out of the Blight Review Committee, a request for a property that had accrued about, over $70,000 in unpaid fines and fees due to blight at the property. A sad situation. I won't go into the specifics. The homeowner is now deceased. The blight issues have been corrected, and a relative is looking to purchase the home, would like those liens released This is somebody who sounds like may be interested in a law enforcement career in the area, but at the very least will be living in this home, keeping it up. So the recommendation is to release all of those fines and fees, quite a lot, but that's our recommendation coming out of Blight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungary?
4.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crissati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Lockwood?
4.
10 in favor, 0 against.
Item G, resolution to abolish one position in order to fund the proposed pay rate adjustment for the full and part-time teacher aides in the Enfield Child Development Center and replace with a full-time teacher aide. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 7, Section 2 of the Town Charter, the Enfield Town Council does hereby amend the wage adjustment of the teacher aide position to $15 an hour. Date submitted August 29, 2022, submitted by Steve Belenda, Assistant Town Manager, Human Resources Director.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini. And a second by Councilor Despard. Any discussion on this? Sensing none, roll call.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungary?
4.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
4.
Mayor Crissati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
Abstain.
9 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
Item H, request for transfer of funds for the Enfield High School Athletic Field Turf Replacement Project, $700,000. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made from Capital Non-Recurring Fund, CNR Fund, for the fiscal year 22-23, in the amount of $700,000 to the grant-funded projects, the school facilities construction services, $700,000. Date prepared August 23rd, 2022. Prepared by John A. Wilcox, Director of Finance.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Sakala. Discussion. Councilor Ludwig.
You know, if John, if you're willing, he's got a couple questions, if you don't mind. Plus, you're sitting here, you hung in there. So I don't know if you'll be able to answer both questions, but first question, is this coming, because it's board money, is this coming through the board account into our budget? I want to make sure, again, I always wish we were a little more clear when we did, and I just want to make sure it's from the board, because I know this is board funding.
Yes, this is a project that, excuse me, will be administered by the Department of Public Works. Okay, they're reviewing, doing all the actual work. However, the Board of Ed has issued us a check. In order for them to issue us a check, they have to charge it against one of their accounts.
Right.
Okay, so what this does is they issue us a check. We are budgeting it on our side so that we could administer the project. Basically,
Perfect.
that's it. But use Board of Ed funds.
Appreciate the explanation. And I thought, now, I know when we did this, the council did it a year ago, and the track's underway now, getting fixed, the field. I thought this money was to fix the drainage. I remember the conversation we had. I understand they want to do some other things, but I thought specifically this money the board was going to use for, the point was do some of the drainage issues with the baseball and the soccer fields, not to do lockers and, you know, all this other stuff. I thought this was specifically was for drainage.
The original one, by my recollection, was to actually resurface put a new
which is
carpet
underway
down, and resurface the track, and I believe this is to enhance the remaining areas of the field. I don't believe this is going to actually assist with the drainage, and a little bit.
I know it's been a while. I think it was over a year ago we
project,
did. I know. Yeah. I just thought this money was for drainage. That's all. And maybe if you can't recall, that's what I thought.
I don't recall that. As far as I'm aware, this part of it is for enhancing the bleacher area. And
It said some locker rooms was right. So are they going to be permanent structures? They had the kind of the trailers out there in the past where the kids, if they needed it, would run in. Are they going to be, so if they're permanent structures, they're going to have to go to planning and zoning?
I don't know the answer on that.
I would assume that answer is yes. Yeah, if they have to go to plan, I mean, if it's a permanent structure back there, those are all temporary structures where trailers that teams use. But if we're going to put a permanent structure, especially when I went back there, I mean, the drainage issue, they're building a beautiful house in the wetlands about 20 yards away. And in theory, that water's got to go somewhere. So I just have a feeling that we're going to have an even bigger issue. We're not addressing it with this money. And I have no problem, if this was the original agreement, I just can't remember. I thought this money was specifically for drainage. And if I'm wrong, I apologize, but that's what I thought it was for. That was part of our agreement with the board at the time.
I think
If you don't remember, that's fine.
this just adds to the initial funding that we provided, that the
Right, which
board
we
provided
were,
last year.
the town was going to cover the cost of replacement of the field and the track, which is underway already.
Well, the board contributed, I believe, $400,000 in fiscal year '21.
Right,
The town appropriated $689,000 in 2022, and then this adds to
So we already
that.
put $1 million in, and then this adds another 700. That's what I'm saying. I thought this money, again, I'm not trying to belabor, I thought,
Well,
because they
then-
did give us money, now that you mention it, I thought this money was supposed to be for drainage.
That there's a need for work on the drainage, but I don't know that this money was ever designated for
I
that.
appreciate your answer. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Deputy Mayor Sakala.
Thank you. I have zero issues with this. I think it's wonderful that the town and the Board of Ed have this kind of partnership where we're able to work together and do this, and I think it's wonderful that they've been able to kick in some money. I have two unrelated questions, but related to the turf, because these are questions that I know I'm getting. And so through the mayor to the town manager, I don't know if you have this information, but one, do you have a timeline on when the turf is going to be done? And two, do we have an explanation for those people who are asking, why are we doing this now? It's football season. So if you could answer those two questions, that would be wonderful.
So the good news is that the work should be completed by November 4th, which would allow field hockey, boys and girls soccer, and football to play on the field at the end of their season for those last few games. This was a very involved project, so there were a lot of effort being put into the purchase order process, and unfortunately, due to the detail that we put into that to make sure that every I is dotted and T is crossed, this project was delayed in order to make sure all of that paperwork was appropriate. So they will be starting the second week of September. The other thing is that you can only install and do this type of replacement with certain temperatures for the track. So there was some scheduling issues that really do mean that it has to be done now before that cold weather hits, because then you have unsettled terrain as it's being put down. So that's why it was approved the way it was. We had an infusion of money, so we were able to move forward in advance of July 1st, but we still weren't ready to go with everything that needed to be done from a purchase order perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Finger.
So, once this new turf field's put in the track, are we going to train or hire companies to come down there and properly maintain it? Because we haven't. We go down there with a broom on a little machine, and it brushes all the pellets around and does this, that. And we've had companies to come in to offer to take over, but it's expensive, to be able to train something. But we need to keep, if we're investing this kind of money under these new turf fields and stuff, we need to make sure that our staff is properly trained and have the proper equipment to be able to do that. If not, we got to bring somebody in, because if you don't, it's just going to bubble up. It's going to roll. Trust me, I spent 8 years down there. I've seen it happen. It happens. There's a lot of play on that. The other thing I got is, I think over at Moody Road in the back, right behind the truck wash, there's a trailer there. It's full of pellets and it's full of turf. I don't know if we can, use that when it comes time to help with the maintenance. Maybe you can look into that with Donald and see if if that's possible, because that's been sitting there since the field was put in many years ago.
So what is it in the trailer?
It's like all these big bags of those black. See, there's black pellets in AutoTurf.
Okay.
All right, there's black pellets on there, or that basically keeps the field hopefully level. All right, and it's been sitting in these boxes. We've been, when we're down there, when I was down there, we did our best to try to keep everything maintained properly. The problem is we don't have the proper equipment, and we still don't have the proper equipment for this. It's a lot of money, so we should either invest into the proper equipment, the proper training of how to do it right, not just go down there with a broom and just spread the pebbles around, the pellets around. It's very important to make sure that if we're going to invest this kind of money, that we do it right after. It's a lot of money, and it is what it is. But please look into that trailer behind 40 Moody Road, because it was sinking last time I was through the ground.
So I'm going to check on the planning and zoning site plan drainage issues as part of the current plan versus the money that came before it, the track and turf maintenance and the potential equipment needed in training. I do know that the current field is past its expiration and that this is a new type of turf that's being installed, so I don't know quite what that maintenance and equipment looks like, but I will find out.
Right, but we can use those pellets and stuff over at the annex with that turf there, because that field was put in the same time as that one at Enfield High.
Okay.
It did, yeah.
right,
I actually
Mike?
think it came in first, actually.
Yeah, I think it came in first. So we could use that stuff. Let's do it right. Let's use it.
Councilor
Sorry.
Ludwig.
I appreciate it, because again, when I'm looking at the explanation, I don't mean to blame. It says for scoreboard, locker rooms. What does that mean? Because right now there's no locker rooms down there. They have a bathroom. It's a permanent structure, and then storage area to enhance. I'm just saying it's got to be some sort of permanent structure for $700,000. So, or is part of that money part of the turf so I'm just saying I want to make sure I'm clear what the 700 is for, because again, I'm pretty sure, and I someone hope they correct me. This was supposed to be specific to fix the drainage.
I do believe that the drainage is being taken care of as part of this piece, but there was also a larger dream plan that took
No, I
into.
understand, yep,
So that's not what you're referencing.
Right, that was
Okay.
my understanding. We did this over a year ago. That was
Right.
the deal, that we, the fix, because we're sending our kids to Potter Hollow instead of these brand new fields at Enfield High. And that was part of the deal with the Board of Ed, that we were going to take care of the turf, which that was the money we allocated, and that's what I'm saying. And when you say it's $700,000, it's really just a scoreboard, locker rooms, and a storage area. It doesn't seem like $700,000 to me.
So the bleachers are going to be enclosed, from what I can recall of the plan. We went to one of those initial meetings, and all it is, so think of it as a Butler building enclosing the
Right.
bottom of the
Any chance we get a
existing.
schematic? It would be nice if actually on some of these
Okay,
things
yeah.
that we get a schematic.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. We're spending a lot of money and we don't have a schematic on some of it. And I understand maybe it's not available, but I know this has been and that's kind of my same questions on some of the other transfers that we're going to be making. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini?
4.
Counselor Pisner?
4.
Counselor Santinella?
4.
Counselor Ungary?
4.
Deputy Mayor Sakala? 4. Mayor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Desper?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4. Thank you, John.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
4.
10 in favor, none against.
Discussion resolution, request for transfer of funds for the change order for the Potter Hollow baseball field of $541,000. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made from the school paving construction services of $541,000 to ball field improvements of $541,000. Date prepared August 22nd, 2022, prepared by Don Nunes, Director, Department of Public Works.
So moved. Second.
Councilor Mangini, and a second.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Sakala. Discussion. Councilor Pisner.
I'm going to be voting against this because honestly, I think our players should be playing at Enfield High. And I think we should put this money into the high school field.
Councilor Ludwig.
My only beef with this is that the taxpayers have spent over about $700,000 on Powder Hollow Field the last 22 budget. I think the council allocated another close to $300,000. So we're already putting close to $1 million. It's great that we had savings in other projects. We've heard concerns about some of the school safety. In my opinion, this money should roll into our let it roll back into our contingency and start working on some of the issues. I mean, we're already spending $1 million down there. Another $500,000 seems a little bit excess, and I understand there's things that people want. But I mean, we do have some other things that are going on, and we have already committed close to $1 million over the last 2 to 3 years. And I'm sorry, this is just too much money to move. And again, we haven't even really what is this going to be for? It's $500,000. We haven't even talked about what else they're going to do down there. I went down there. They have dugouts. I understand they're not world class, but they're dugouts. And again, some of the fencing's been done. I mean, again, I don't know if we're not getting our money's worth for the initial $700,000, but I'm sorry, this is an excess amount of money to be moving to this. This should be going back into our general fund and coming up with other ideas to take care of some of the issues that some of the people have come up here and talked about with some of the school safety. So I'll be voting against this.
Deputy Mayor Sakala.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I would actually love our baseball team to be able to play at Enfield High in a world-class field and there, but that you're talking millions and millions of dollars in order to fix that drainage. And I know that that's something that Chris and Chris worked together to try to figure out if there was a way to do that over the last couple of years. And it's sad that they can't play there. I mean, they do play there, but it's sad that we don't have a great field for those players at Enfield High, honestly. So I would love them to be able to play there. But unfortunately, there's terrible drainage issues there. I do know that one of the issues there with the fencing is that you have to move it back in order to make it an actual legit field. And I know this isn't on the list, but I would be remiss if I don't mention it. Bathrooms, bathrooms, bathrooms. I think that has been my thing for a couple of years, that any recreation place needs to have bathrooms. So hopefully some of these estimates come in really low so we can add some bathrooms.
Well, Powder Hollow will have a bathroom within the concession stand.
Oh, that's
or adjacent
awesome.
to.
Thank you.
Hold on a minute. I am in support of this. I think this is long overdue. We do not have a good baseball facility here in town. There has to be work done over at Powder Hollow. There's really no major work has been done. Those dugouts, if you went in the dugouts, you would smash your head. The dugouts are made for like 10-year-olds. And the high school, they do need a facility. The American Legion programs need facilities. And this facility here would make us, where somebody comes into Enfield, somebody comes in and they go to Powder Hollow and they go to play a game, they say, this is Enfield's best field. You go to any other town, they have baseball facilities. And so this is a long overdue project. I know that we had put money away to start the actual project, but this is a change order to make this a real good facility, with batting cages, additional fences, press box. They have a bathroom. These upgrades are well needed, and I will be supporting this. Councilor Finger.
Maybe I had my back turned toward you, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not an insignificant amount of money. There are many, many, many things in town that this could be used for. I'm approaching it from the vein, I think it's an economic driver. If we want families to come and live in Enfield, we need great recreational opportunities and activities, parks, and frankly, a baseball field. To Councilor Finger's point from earlier, this needs to be maintained, though. If we build nice things in town, we need to make sure we keep them that way to get the best bang for our buck. I like that this is not going to increase next year's budget. I know there are other things that this could be used for, but I do think it makes sense as an economic driver. So,
Thank you. Councilor Finger.
Well, I'm against it, and I'm going to tell you the reasons why. I was down here today, and I took a lot of pictures. Unfortunately, if you want to pass my phone, I don't care. Just to look at my texts. Well, all this money we invested into it, the warning track still is all grass. It's not supposed to be. The foul poles all bitted up, should be painted. The scoreboard there, if you're a spectator on the third base side, you can't even see it. You can't even see it. It's probably about the size of that picture over there. And the batting cage, it's structurally sound. All the framework there is great. All there is that, and if anybody doesn't know what soft toss is when the coach takes the ball and he throws it in the air and the kid whacks it. It goes into the fence, so this way they don't have to chase it. It's a little batting, a little warm up. That's what dents the fence. That is what dents the fence, and that's why they're sticking out and they need replacement. That backstop is fine. There's nothing wrong with it besides a little bit of soft toss that was happening to it. You know, I didn't know that we're turning Powder Hollow into the high school team field. I know that when I was down there, yeah, we did it a couple times, but you know, we have a senior field over at the Annex. Why aren't we using that? That's our other high school. That was our other high school. Why aren't we using that for the players? You know, you got great parking, everything's nice there, you got bathrooms inside, you got whatever you want. Now, I will say that the concession stand is terrible. It's horrible, and we know why. It's got holes in it. It's got a tenant. It's got a lot of stuff. But one of the things is that I think this kind of money should not be used for Powder Hollow for something like this. Minor repairs should not cost over $500,000. That money came from the roofs and parking lots, whatever. That should be put back into the general fund for another roof, because that's what a lot of people worked hard on the facilities and everything else to get the roofs done, like Donna Swayzak and Doug Maxine. All these people here put a lot of time, a lot of effort, and took a lot of punishment from people because they wanted to put money into the schools and the roofs and stuff. And now we're just going to take it and put it into a ball field. You go over to Shaker Soccer Complex, the whole foundation down there is all cracked. It's terrible. And that's where the water line and the sewer line runs out to the street. The bathrooms there never worked right. You know, we're just focusing a lot of money on something. And again, and I will say this, students who play sports are better students. All right, they're better students because they're under a lot of good things about training and being respectful and everything else. But I'm going to vote against this because we don't need to spend $500,000 on this facility. You know, I think if you want to repair things, fine. If you want to build a new concession stand, we're good. But you know, so we do have a really good baseball facility, and because of somebody who took his time to become the president of the Little League, and he spent a lot of hard work with a lot of good volunteers. And over at the college, ACC in the back, all right, there's beautiful fields. Beautiful fields. The man him and his crew, they invested their own money. They got sponsors. They did everything they could, and it's beautiful. And it has 1, 2, I think like 5 or 6 fields. I'm not sure. It's just not right. But that's all I have to say about that. But I do have one thing for through the mayor to the town manager. When I was down there, next to the concession stand, there was a dead tree sticking up. Some branches are good, but there's a couple of big. Dead, thick, probably about 5-6 inches thick, that are dead, and maybe we might want to have it taken care of so nobody walks under and it falls on them. And there's a couple of signs saying, "Beware poison ivy." So I don't know why we have signs up when we should be taking care of the poison ivy that's down there. I know it's up in the woods, but they shouldn't be going up there in the first place unless you send Dad up there to get the ball if the kid hits it out there. But again, I'll be voting against because the money should be spent in other things that it was meant for in the beginning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Sakala.
I know you're all going to kill me because it's 11 o'clock and you want me to shut up, but just really quickly, ACC, the biggest diamond there is a 50-70. There is no senior 60-foot diamond, so they wouldn't be able to play there. And JFK has been playing over the annex because those fields aren't even ready yet. So here we are. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Counselor Mangini?
For.
Counselor Pisner?
Against.
Counselor Santinella?
For.
Counselor Ungary?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
For.
Mayor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
Against.
Counselor Hopkins?
For.
Counselor Ludwig?
Against.
6 in favor, 4 against.
J, request for transfer of funds for the Enfield High School tennis courts of $827,000. Be it resolved that in accordance with Chapter 6, Section 8F of the Town Charter, the following transfer is hereby made from Capital Non-Recurring Fund, the CNR Fund, for fiscal year 22-23 of $827,000 to the Capital Non-Recurring Fund, Tennis Courts Construction Services, $827,000. Date prepared August 23rd, 2022. Prepared by John A. Wilcox, Director of Finance.
So moved.
Councilor Mangini,
Second.
and second Deputy Mayor Sakala. Any discussion? Question? Councilor Pisner.
Okay, so on the budget that I read, it was $600,000 that we were allotting for the tennis courts. And this is coming in at 827. So unless I'm reading what the budget was incorrect, I specifically remembered 600 and I brought it. This is saying 827. So can somebody explain why there's a difference of 227,000?
I think John Wilcox could probably explain it better than I, but it's actually an $850 project, of which $827 was allocated, and at the end of the fiscal year, we put in the rest, so to make the project cost.
Yeah, when we were discussing the project, I believe the same vendor that comes in to do the, subsequently came in and looked at the whole project, because I'd have to get into Donald to know more specifically, but the entire project was going to cost $850,000. So the school is picking up, so we're doing this the same way. The school is going to pay the 827 that we could appropriate this year, and the town set aside 23,000 in last year's budget. We did a transfer, maybe it was the first week in July, or maybe the end of June, I'm not sure which one. But that's, I mean, there were some estimates, and I believe that Donald originally thought that that courts were going to cost $600,000. When the vendor came in and actually looked at it in May, I believe it was after, I didn't go on to question it because we weren't the school was putting the money in, so I didn't actually.
Well, I had a hard time with 600, so 827.
Well, I think I don't even want to say, because I don't know what's all involved in the whole project.
I'm good.
Councilor Ludwig.
You're in a hot seat. So, and I know this will be a very unfair question to you. So we just did two parking lots, very big, originally it was $1.2 million for both. We came in almost half. A lot of very big, square footage. We have 6 tennis courts, and it's going to be $800,000, so it's going to be greater than the amount of money we just spent on doing 2 parking lots, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And so, can we get schematics or something that shows us exactly what we're doing with the money? I mean, you're right, this money was, but it's like, we're spending $800,000, and I don't even know is it just replacing the 6 courts? The cracks there are pretty big, I see them. I know they need to be, but We just
Well,
did
I
park
think they
lots
need
at
to
Enfield.
remove everything,
But I
kind of
mean,
like
but
the
it-
whole road
amount
replacement
of
type of thing. But
amount of things we
that's-
just did at the two part, which is much greater than the square footage of the tennis courts. It's going to cost more. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I know it's probably an unfair question. You didn't do the pricing, but it just doesn't make sense to me. That's all. Thank you, John. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on a.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Question?
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Hopkins.
Appreciate it. I do agree with Councilor Ludwig's concerns. I mean, one of our main roles that we have on the council is approving money. I think we should be informed in order to make that decision. I regrettably did not bring my budget book, but thank you for clarifying, John. I think I do have it in my notes. It was 600K previously, so you have a 200K increase. It would be nice to know where that's coming from, just so that we can make those informed decisions. Ultimately, I think this was a big point of discussion during budget deliberations. I think it's an important project, has to happen. I did ultimately lose the budget fight, so this is something I would support. But let's definitely understand what goes into it. I think that would help with maybe additional stuff in the packet, so cut down on some of this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It is a complete replacement of all of the tennis courts, which are the highest use within town. We have pickleball at Mark Twain now, and the ones at the annex are offline. So this is where all of the tennis community are using the courts. So it's a full replacement.
Yeah, there's no one using them now. The grass is, the cracks are huge. I find it hard to believe anyone's using them.
And neither can the high school teams.
Right.
Yeah. Nope. Roll call, please.
Counselor Mangini?
For.
Counselor Pisner?
Against.
Counselor Santinella?
For.
Counselor Ungary?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Sakala?
For.
Mayor Crisati?
4.
Counselor Despard?
4.
Counselor Finger?
4.
Counselor Hopkins?
4.
Counselor Ludwig?
Against.
7 in favor, 3 against.
tennis, no baseball.
All right, the time is 11:14, so there will be no public communications to end the meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Counselor Mangini, a second. Counselor Despard, all in favor? Aye. 10 in favor. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good evening.